Hi, welcome. I'm trying to see if there are still some people, and there are some people arriving. Hello. Okay. So welcome to everybody. And first of all, to all the people who are brave enough to be here with us now, despite the beautiful summer outside. And also to all the participants and speakers, to Albert Gouaffo, to Bénédicte Savoy, Ciraj Rassool, Hicks, Deneth, much more difficult, Piumakshi, Veda, Arachchige, Deneth, wonderful artist of the Biennale. El-Hadji, Malick, Ndiaye, very much welcome. Jihan, El-Tahri, too. Guevara, Rolando, Vázquez, Sophie Skazipen, sorry for misspelling the name, we tried to, but the School of Mutants, Hamedine, Kane, Lumo, Stéphane Verlet-Bottéro, and Valérie Ossouf are the members of the School of Mutants. Tuan Andrew Nguyen, and Uta Kornmeyer. And maybe you can introduce yourself first.
Hello, everybody. My name is Helene Pereira. I'm one of the members of the artistic team for this edition of Berlin Biennale, so who worked very closely with Kader Attia, and also our other colleagues, Rasha Salti, Lynn, and also Noam Segal, and also Anna Textura Pinto. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very happy that we are hosting you for this event. I'm from Dakar, Senegal, where I'm based and I'm working from.
Thank you. And I mean, the team is very long. Of course, I just wrote in my paper, and Marie-Hélène too, that we should also thanks June, without whom nothing could be possible for all this program. Thank you very much, June. And of course, the rest of the Biennale team. I mean, from Gabi to Edwige to Attia and all the people I'm forgetting. I always try to thank the whole people I forget first, so that I save my skin. Very important to start with now, I have to say, is to explain you the reason of this symposium on restitution. Because there is one, actually. There have been many symposiums on restitution, but this one started in Dakar with our friend Felwine Sarr. We were having a lunch, like we meet with a friend, and I was inviting him for this symposium. And what I really found super interesting in this conversation was that Felwine told me, you know, Kader, what should be very important now, after 4 years since the report I worked with Bénédicte Savoy, we've been speaking, of course, a lot about these objects that have to return to Africa because they have been stolen, etc., etc. We all know that. But for Felwine, the most important thing was to try to reinvent an experience from the locus from which this object should come back. We were speaking from Dakar, we were speaking from the continent, and it's not like if someone else would have told me the same thing, I don't think I would have had this, I would have been that sensitive to the word of Felwine. Felwine Sarr, as you know, is also a novelist, is a musician, is a karateka, is someone from which the non-tangible experience means something. And I think he really left us something that I really invite you to think about. What should be this non-tangible possibility we should work on in terms of restitution, in terms of locus? I also remember, and it's important to mention here, that at that time he was back from Benin, from the opening in Benin, where the 3 sculptures from Quai representing the emperor, Guézo, Gléglé, and Béhanzin, were back in Cotonou. And he was telling me, okay, nice opening, nice event. These objects from Quai for which we have been struggling are back in two vitrines in a museum with conditioner hair, here in Africa. What does it mean? Without judging, huh? What does it mean? Maybe what we should care about is what kind of, again, non-tangible experience from theater to poetry to music to, we don't know, we should work on. And since this moment, I found that there is something crucial we need to now move on in the debate on restitution. It's probably, it is a suggestion that way, the non-tangible question related to restitution and to this art object. Marie-Helene, I give you the mic for the following, I think.
Thank you, Kader. Before we go into the déroulé of the program today and also tomorrow, we would like to also take the opportunity to thank everyone who made this possible for us, the Restitution Conference, Open Society Foundation, Bundeszentral für politische Bildung, sorry, I don't speak German, so that's difficult, der Beauftragten der Bundesregierung für Kultur und Medien im Programm Neustart Culture, God. A big thank you to Lot Ant for the collaboration with Reconnecting Object. Maybe some of you were at the session yesterday, and there will be another one happening next week. So thank you to Lot for that. And also thank you for João Polido, who made the trailer that you watched at the beginning of this session just now.
Maybe for the question also, because people are watching us online.
Okay, thank you for everybody who's following online as well. There is an email address that's given for them to be able to also ask questions. And then one of our colleagues will bring the question to the speakers, but also in this space at the same time. So for the Restitution conference, we've been thinking about two parts. A first part that's today that looks at the paradox of restitution with different contributions. One that comes from Bénédicte Savoy that I will have the pleasure to welcome in a bit. And she's going to give us a keynote looking at restitution and museum. A second part today, which is a panel, Rethinking Exhibitions, the challenges of mimicry through restitution, that will be moderated by Paz Guevara. And we will take the time to introduce each of the panelists. A second panel after a short break that is looking at more than just remains. So when we think about restitution, what it is when we want to address the legacies of racial science. And that one will be moderated by Sophie Chassipen. So we are really happy that you are all here, and we would like to have this conversation all together with our panelists, but also with all the members who are in this audience. Without further ado, maybe I'll introduce Bénédicte, yeah? And welcome Bénédicte to the stage for the keynote. Thank you, Kader. It's not working anymore, okay. Welcome, Bénédicte. Thank you very much for replying to our invitation. It's an honor to have you here with us. We've been following all the amazing work that you've been doing as an art historian who's interested in this subject, way before the invitation of Emmanuel Macron, and that has to be said. And of course, all the work that you've been doing with Felwine Sarr, that has been very important into understanding all the paradox of restitution, and also understanding all the parameters that have to be taken into account when it comes to restitution, and also the development of different strategies that will make this restitution possible. So we're very honored that you're here with us today. I'm going to read a couple of lines of your bio before I give you the mic for the keynote. So Bénédicte Savoy is an art historian, professor of modern art history at the Technical University of Berlin, and professor of the cultural history of European art from the 18th to 20th century at the Collège de France in Paris between 2016 and 2021. Savoy is the co-editor of Translocations, Histories of Dislocated Cultural Assets, Acquiring Cultures, Histories of World Art on Western Markets, and the museum is open towards a transnational history of museums. In 2016, she received the Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz Prize of the German Research Foundation. In 2018, and together with Felwine, she wrote the report in response to the invitation of French President Emmanuel Macron to investigate on the possible strategies of restitution. This year, she published, these are just a couple of works that she did, but not all of it, of course. This year, she published her book, Africa's Struggles for its Art, which promises to shape conversations and policy for years to come. Here, Savoy addresses the extent to which European museum collections comprise looted artwork, tells the long history of African nations' efforts to secure the return of stolen cultural objects, and shows how extensively these stories have been silenced and suppressed by European cultural leaders. So please join me and welcome Bénédicte Savoy for this keynote. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity here in conferences. Ich sage ein Wort auf Deutsch, weil ich das gerade brauche, um ins Französische zu kommen. Ich habe seit 5 Jahren oder länger nicht auf Französisch hier öffentlich gesprochen und habe diese wahnsinnige Gelegenheit gerne ergriffen, das zu tun. Ich muss sitzen aus technischen Gründen. Normalerweise würde ich wahrscheinlich stehen. Aber das kriegen wir hoffentlich hin. Ich werde langsam sprechen. Vielen Dank allen, die du, Kader, und du auch erwähnt hast. Wir sind, oder ich bin hier nicht als ich, sondern als Teil einer großen Gruppe von der Technischen Universität Berlin, die sowohl Albert Gouaffo als auch Dan Hicks, als auch Ciraj, Rassool, Sophie, die erwähnt worden ist, Lotte Arndt, Marianne Nongoni, Lennon, Michi ist auch dort, etc. Wir sind, jetzt habe ich bestimmt Lucie vergessen, ja, habe ich, und Tatjana habe ich auch vergessen und so weiter. Wir sind eine große Gruppe und was ich hier vorne mache, ist nur ein Teil davon und nur ein ganz begrenzter Teil. Das muss ich sagen gleich zu Beginn, damit nicht der Eindruck entsteht, dass ich hier irgendwas Spezielles mache. Et maintenant, je parle en français, pardon. Tu vois,
now I'm switching to French.
Bon, j'ai juste dit que j'étais une petite partie.
So I just said that I'm only one little wheel of a bigger group, and I'm very lucky to be able to work here in Berlin at the Technical University and also in Africa and Europe. So this conference is called Ad Nauseam Restitution. So this is almost a knee-jerk reflex when Kader asked me for a title. And it's now the 100th time that I had to invent a title and speak about the same topic. And I had the impression I maybe had to stop talking about this. But I'm going to speak a bit more about that later. So I agreed to speak, but Kader, I did not really feel like it, but I took this assignment to heart that you gave our group to see how we could connect the question of restitution and repair but not only connect them, but also see whether they had not been connected already, and to avoid always saying the same thing. So you'll see how I try doing this, and I try to organize myself. I'm not sure where I have to click. One of the discoveries, the most exciting discoveries that we had with Felwine-Sarr in 2018 when we worked on our report that is now called the Savoy report. Nor Macron, nor we, nor the ONGs, nor all our activists who wanted the restitutions were the first who wanted this, and that's what we discovered. We were actually the children of the generation that had already worked on it. Some of the voices are here on the screen, some of the central voices that spoke during the independence of the African states. You see poets here on the left, politicians or dictators like Mobutu, or the Nigerian Nobel Prize winner, archaeologists. But please don't advance the PowerPoint without me. It's continuing without me. I need to be able to click on it. In the middle, the famous Nigerian archaeologist, Dr. Ekboyo, and the UNESCO Secretary General Amadou that you see here, also from Africa, the King Ashanti. In '74, he already tried to receive restitutions for Ghana. African voices that left significant traces in many archives on the African continent and also in European cities. I'm showing some files here that I found after I accepted my assignment with Felwine-Sarr to see how this first wave of restitution requests and this first debate had happened on the national and international level. So he came from Africa and obligated Europe to work in this field. So we were only the children of this first wave. And based on this, I don't really know where to click here. So the first wave was an African debate, and that is maybe also an element of the answer that I wanted to give, or rather not to give anymore, because I'm not sure about this. This debate was born on the African continent, and in the 70s was taken over in Europe, then came back like a boomerang. But I think there are certainly other generations, children of the first wave on the African continent, that have more interesting things to say than us. All those texts, movies, poems, novels were now continued by a new generation since 2017 approximately. Should I just continue talking? So is being interested in those questions. Again, these are all our colleagues that have regularly met in the last years in conferences and colloquia. Colleagues in Africa, like Felwin, who you see here, or Malick, Ndiaye, for instance, you will probably recognize them later on when they speak. And also a young generation. Here are three students, assistants from our university here in Berlin, with Jan Legal, who are the new generation that works on these questions. So with those 3 or 4 slides that were supposed to go by more smoothly, I wanted to show that even 50 years ago, lots of things had already been said and happened. And 4 years after the report, I think everything has been said. And I could quote the key sentence, the symbolic, a real legal restitution. Could spend many hours on all the questions that I was asked. And I'm wondering, why do we still speak about it now? Things seem to be settled, and what do we exactly speak about? This generation reads the same books or writes others, watches movies, organizes restitutions. And I'm going to come back to this extraordinary photo, a German Berlin restitution. And others create a transnational restitution movement. And I met some of the members in Palermo recently. And the team that you quoted, Lotte Arndt and others that spoke yesterday at the KW, continue to work on those questions. So what more can I say? Especially since you all here in the room know as much about this as everybody else. You have heard everything already. I spoke in 3 times 9 minutes about this topic, repair and destroy, the Truth Museum, and thirdly, let go. I'm going to start with the first one. So repair and destroy. So the different periods that can answer that question. I would like to remind you of something that we all know, like you, Kader, you spoke about restitution and repair. We thought it was completely normal, and for a long time restitution went together with destruction, because they were conquered in an imperial fashion, and long time it was considered as the destruction of a museum, for instance. The first director of the Louvre Museum, who seized whole collections for Napoleon, the inventor of the modern National Museum, witnessed what he called the agony of the Louvre Museum when the European powers made France restitute what France had looted. He speaks about restitution and destruction here, and I would like to read this with you. It says what happened in the Royal Museum since the Allied forces entered into Paris. Incredible circumstances had created an immense monument, and circumstances just toppled it. Europe needed to be vanquished in order to create this trophy, and he meant the Napoleon Museum, and Europe had to assemble in order to destroy it. Time repairs the hurt that war inflicts, but the comparison of the human spirit during all the centuries was judged by talents, flame that emerges from them just went extinct. So he explains that everything can be repaired except for one thing, the museum, when it has to restitute. And the destruction of the museum is now a historical monument. And I think the most painful thing I had to do was to give to the audience who had owned this museum with exact details of the repairs, he means the restitution, that witnesses its dismemberment. This reminded me of you, Kader, because this is a sentence that a lover of his museum formulates. And he is very sad to see his museum being dismembered. And he says that time heals and time repairs. And he sees the museum like an organism that is dismembered and cannot be repaired. So I'm trying to answer the question restitution and repair. And actually, in the beginning, a restitution in the European mind was the contrary of repair, namely a destruction. I also want to show you a video from the 80s, and David Wilson of the British Museum says more or less the same thing.
The British Museum in itself is part of world culture. It is a major part of the world culture. If you start to destroy the British Museum by taking things away from it, it's as bad as if you blow up the Parthenon.
So he says it's the monument, it's world heritage, and if you destroy it by restituting, you might as well blow up the Parthenon. So he shows a lot of psychoanalytical layers in this interview and creates an analogy. And that's why restitution was never used by a head of state until 2017. And that also explains what Macron said in Ouagadougou had such an effect. Because restitution means destruction in many minds. So when a head of state says he wishes to restitute, he, in fact, seems to say, I want to blow up our heritage. So restitution, repair, destruction poses the question, can you restitute without destroying? Because normally you will destroy. So I was looking for some other paths and was looking at the African independence and see what paths were chosen. The most important text in order to understand what the dynamic was in the 60s during the African independence is what Puela said in Bingo, give us back our Negro art. And restitution was a fight, a tough struggle that needed to be carried out. And I want to say a couple of things. Why do we need to restitute? The real question that worries us is not even the brocanteurs who stolen our works of art, but to ask Europe, which has been able to save these values, to give them back, now that we have serious conservation sites. And Europe cannot fail to understand the pain of a mother deprived of her offspring and who laments the fact that she cannot even afford a trip to her dear children and pat them on the cheek. We have long been portrayed as a people with no culture or past. We have never invented anything or our legitimate recovery of our plastic arts could put out the field of the historical and give us our spoliated art back. We need a consistency for the path that is still to travel. So he says that the restitution, of course, the getting back of these works, because restitution is giving them back, and he wants to show that the European narrative is a lie and to invent another narrative in order to connect beyond the generations. And he speaks about a child that wants to pat her children on the cheek. So this heritage is something that is given from the mother to the child in a sort of matriarchal heritage across generations. So repair across the generations, a narrative, a repair, a correction, a reconnection that is transgenerational. It's very important here. And also the empowerment, because if we get them back, we are going to be like Greece, is what he says. And this reconnection is going to empower us. Those are the elements that we continuously see during the 60s and up until today in order to become stronger, to reconnect with our epistemology. And if we look at other African voices in the 80s, in Germany, for instance, you can have a look at this 3-hour TV show in '84 on the ZDF, Stop the Thief, on restitution. And Tirmiziou Diallo, an ethnologist from Guinea, who was working in Frankfurt, he explained why it was necessary to restitute. He was speaking on material terms. The matter, the assets had to be given back, but also the epistemology. You're going to see straight away.
Die Ausbeutung, die war nicht nur materieller Art, die war auch kultureller Art. Durch die nationale Bewegungen sind wir dazu gekommen, unsere Kultur wieder zu entdecken, der man uns sozusagen bis dahin enthalten hatte, und zwar auf zweierlei Ebene. Einmal auf der theoretischen Ebene und andermal auf der konkreten, indem man uns das weggenommen hat. Und ich denke, man sollte einen Weg finden, in dem, soweit von den Ländern verlangt wird, die Objekte, die für unsere weitere Entwicklung, kulturelle Entwicklung wichtig sind, zurückgegeben werden.
This is extraordinary because of the silence. When you read something, you cannot feel the silence, but in audiovisual files you can. So it would be a material epistemological repair in order to be stronger for the future and to have our empowerment for the future. So if we continue to look at the types of repair, can be to repair injustice, a heritage, and repair of the African heritage after the inventories from the world's museum in the whole world. And we can see, for instance, that in Dakar or Bamako, who have important collections, 10,000 exhibits. You said 9,995 approximately. And Kinshasa and Lagos have bigger collections, but the public collections in Africa, the old collection, is nothing compared to what we have in Canada and the United States. And that is nothing compared to the exhibits in the European collections, 500,000 at least, according to the public inventories.
And if you look at it more precisely, it's not comparable to the objects that you have in Bamako and Dakar. So this injustice of the sharing, geopolitical sharing of the African heritage, even though you may have, of course, very long relationships in China, you don't have a large collection of African art. So there is a real imbalance, and restitution would be a manner of repairing this heritage injustice. So symbolic and epistemological and historic reparation. So different aspects or dimensions of this act of repairing. We had conversations with you, Kader. So when you repair, it's about creating a new relational ethics. So it's not only about the past, it's not only about the present, but it's a commitment for the future linked to ethical dimensions. So restituting material items deposited and in the museums of the world. So we focus or have several pages in my work. So the relational ethics, compensation, and reparation linked to the archives. So in page 31, we recall that the relational ethics linked to restitution cannot do without a work on historic truth. So there is a link. This is what we say. We can't have a new relationship if you do not have a publication or knowledge of these historic facts. We then go on saying it's about claiming, it's less about claiming material compensation, but instituting historic truth. So this is linked about the future of this relationship. You cannot repair the relationship. This is what we submit without going through some work on the truth. So restituting objects, it's not only historiographical work on the objects, but also a symbolic redistribution of these items, and of course trying to improve the relationship. So here we project ourselves towards the future, and this is what is new compared to this the beginning of the movement of restitution in the 1970s, 80s. So this is where we worked with Kader about the dismembering phantom pains. When you re-establish the truth, you can prevent and maybe even reconnect with yourself via this work. And now I would like to move on to the second part, museum truth. So and this is linked to a shock that I had when I went to the Humboldt Forum for the first time when it opened its doors in last year. And so it wasn't an instant shock. It's something that really bothered me for a long while afterwards. And this is probably a challenge for Europeans in the future. So when you have a museum and work on museums like you, Kader, and me, I was absolutely shocked by the brutality with which the truth was being told. Although for 10, 15 years, I say, okay, we have to tell the truth now. This was my leitmotif, my main mantra. We must tell the truth to everybody. Working with association, post-colonial association, and the Humboldt Forum finished its work and indeed told the truth in its exhibits, notably the exhibits of stolen art from Cameroon. This is a short film taken inside the Humboldt Forum. The interpreter would like to point out that we have not been able to prepare at all this presentation. So after two first rooms, you arrive in front of this. It is a monument to the burnt villages. It is one of the halls, and I spoke to Cameroonian colleagues here. I don't know, when you show this, you're more, of course, involved than we are. We Europeans are. So this is a hall where you have works of art, sculptures, woodworks, paintings from Western Africa, as if we were here with dead items, or a place which would be dead and gone. This was frightening because the truth is being told, but without any precautions. So when museums start telling the truth, is that when they start dying? Is the museum able to tell the truth? What is happening with the actual museum when it starts telling the truth? So this is a very explicit way of telling the truth about conflict, resistance, aggression. You have a hall that is entitled Cameroon Colony. There is no inverted commas, so it's really quite brutally narrated. So you have something very special because, and maybe you have heard of this in the social media, you have some sound. There is a film in this Hindi. I found it on YouTube. It's somebody, a man, who went to this Humboldt Forum, and he's commenting this, and he posted it on the social media. So if you click on the display.
And if you come too near, then you always can hear wee, 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 wee. I think when I was there, I heard it at least 10 or 15 times. It's wee, 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 because yeah, they come too near these objects, and then you hear the alarm, the sirens, and isn't it great? This is.
So these alarm sounds are set off because you move so close in order to read the comments under the art, because it's written so small that you cannot see it from or read it from afar. So this is what this man is saying on his short video. So this art was stolen in the years roughly around 1900s. In detail, this is the legend under the art. All of the exhibits we have explained here in written form. It's all been stolen in a very violent fashion. Hans Clonin were both assassinated in Cameroon because people wanted to avenge themselves for the crimes that they had carried out, these two Germans, and also people who were being ill-treated in plantations. And here, during some war events. So we have architectural remnants, and they were found in the ashes. And it was the Germans that burnt these palaces in Cameroon during this war in Cameroon. So it is a monument to a burnt village in Cameroon. And of course, it's frightening because, first of all, the objects themselves cannot be seen other than being the actual witnesses of these massacres back then, and because they had been picked up in the ashes of the burnt palaces. So can truth repair? This is what we asked with Felwyn in 2018. So you had expeditions and exhibitions. So here you have the punitive exhibition of this art. And when you come out of this exhibition, you do not feel repaired at all. You are only shocked by the fact that that museum and truth do not go hand in hand. And so in this type of museum, the works seem to be muted. You cannot allow them to tell anything. So for those who love museums, the question is how to go about it. If you want to keep these artifacts here, how can you ensure that they tell the truth and also not be completely crushed by this truth? So these works of art in their natural context are very different. Here they look like crucifixes in the center of Berlin 2022-23, so completely anachronic and out of place. And a few years I had the privilege with Albert Gouaffo and a few others to visit Banjung, where you see the door frames and these pillars. This is living architecture. This type of architecture still exists, of course, in these countries, and you can see whatever's been recuperated in the Humboldt Forum, this museum in Berlin now. So if the museum cannot bear the truth, so what does this type of exhibit mean? So are we awaiting a later restitution? Who wants to support a punitive museum, and for how long? And most importantly, what is the standpoint of those who actually live in the places where the wars, the burning of palaces and villages were committed back then? So you have here the matrix of the debate on restitution. As I said, many things have been said and very well said. So what can we do if confronted with this situation of collecting compulsively when, you know, it's linked to colonialism, of course, and it's also linked to the imperial history of France. So here you have France was forced in 1815. It was Lord Castlereagh who was the most the greatest enemy of Dominique Vivant de Nantes, so the father of the first director of the museum. And so these letters that are found, they date back to 1815. They were published immediately afterwards. And so you have one French version and the other one is English. So one sentence is key to understand what we talk about when we talk about restitution. From what point onward, when we talk about restitution, it is possible to also repair. And so it's only possible if you link this to truth. And it's not enough to talk about truth. So I'm quoting now. These trophies and these spoliated works impede us from doing a moral reparation, impede reconciliation. But until these objects are still in Paris, they are basically as long as they will be in Paris, the ideas of uniting and linking these countries to France are forever extinguished. So this, if you lose your colonies, if you somehow they close down on you, but as long as you keep these objects, you have the hope to reconquer them. It's as if the works of art were inhabitants announcing a future potential territorial reconquests. So these collections in an imperial colonial context, as long as they are not returned, they are like small ambassadors of the territories that they come from in the collective spirit of the countries where they are being kept. Well, we have the impression, well, we're still the masters of Egypt, or the mother of Egypt, or the mother of Greece, somehow. And these are the questions that are very much in the forefront of our reflection on restitution and repair. So you have these occurrences of repair. Here you talk about remedy. The only remedy that we can find to the situation, there is no midway solution. We either keep everything or give back everything. So I'd like to finish with taking your distances, letting go. Here you have a photograph, which is one of the numerous, is enough. It's a process of friendship and renewed relationship. It's about, so you have other pictures. You have hundreds of such pictures here. So maybe if you know Dakar, you'll recognize where you are. Well, both, they don't seem to know what they're doing. It's Macky Sall, Senegalese president, and Edouard Philippe, prime minister of France back then. So they're staging the restitution of a sword, which has been there for a while already. So it's being restituted, and yet it's already been there. Just to produce this picture. And this is interesting because we are now faced with some act of mimicry. And here you have a true restitution that took place in a Baroque palace. It's a restitution to the Pope, where the French government hands over stolen works of art to the Vatican, to the Pope. You have the Pope on his throne. You have Canova, some workers, and then you have written here Douane de Paris. So this is a true moment of restitution. It's not a letter of promise of restitution, and it's not an act that's just of something which is already there. No, it's so in the Museum of the Vatican, you have, which is the Vatican having the first modern museum of the world in Rome. You have it here. And so very clearly, what is important in this process of restituting, it's not the symbolic restitution. Of course, it's important. But what is important is the arrival, the concrete arrival of these objects in the countries that claim them.
In 2019, the Minister for Culture in Benin spoke about, he said, I don't believe in it, it's not going to work, but if it does, it's going to be like the fall of the Berlin Wall and the reunification of both Koreas. So he said, if it works, it's going to be a very deep geopolitical transformation. And the fall of the heritage Wall of Berlin happened. It happened on November 10th, 2021, when Cotonou received 2.5 tons of historic material. It was 26 objects, but it was 26 monumental statues with an incredible mobilization by the audience, the press, the New York Times, Korean newspapers, and only the German newspapers did not mention it because, as we all know here, there are Olympic restitution games going on, and those national restitutions happened like a kind of a psychoanalysis that was happening on a national level. And it was like a kind of competition of restitution. This truly historical moment that it completely changes the situation was not commented at all here in Germany. Some pictures here that illustrate what Kader said when the monuments arrived in boxes. And I was told that those are only stereotypical representations of Africa. Maybe, but people are dancing, they're happy, and I think the normal stereotypical representation of a report between Europe and the African heritage is more or less they don't know what they got, they don't know what they do. But I'm showing you this with a lot of precaution. This is the avenue between the airport where those 2.5 tons of boxes arrived and the presidential palace where they are going to be unwrapped. If you know the region, you think that people were ordered to be there, but this moment is followed by a lot of other moments, like this 20-minute scene when the boxes are being recovered by hand. It is a throne here, actually, and this lasted so long that it was almost like a birth, like the rebirth, where this object is being extracted very carefully from the truck. And then between February 22nd and May 22nd, 2020, 270,000 visitors went to see the exhibition of these objects, a monumental exhibition. And I'm just going to describe this. Where is it gone? I agree with the criticism that it's top-down politics and Benin. I agree with the idea that it's a bit patronizing to organize a restitution in this fashion, and I agree with you. But anyway, it exists and it's going to allow academics, activists to complain that they are behind a display. But the whole debate about this heritage or the political will can only happen, I think, when the pieces are restituted. What I'm showing here is also how the return of those boxes creates transgenerational temporality links that would not be able to happen in other circumstances. Children that are the voice of the future are watching those elements together with their parents, and older people that are contemporaries of the exhibition watching those objects and are projected into the future of contemporary art. So it's a play with time and temporalities. Things are happening. And in closing, I would like to say that since this chapter is called Letting Go, that we don't know what's going to happen now. Maybe there is going to be complaining about those display cases, and I think it is an advocacy for restitution of material objects, because when those boxes arrive, they are modifying the lines. As soon as they arrive, this is an aerial view of the Ibrahim Mada Center. I was very lucky to be able to be there months ago, and I was there during a visit, and it's an extraordinary place. And the person who showed me around, a young artist, he was about 35 years old, said, not to me, but to everybody, everybody speaks about restitution. That's very patronizing. It's not at all what we want here. What we want is to recreate a link with the technology of the 20th century. And I said to myself, wow, I didn't need to come this far to listen to that. But then afterwards I thought, he is so right. And maybe it's the last time I'm mentioning this, and my role is going to be to shut up and to observe and to see what's happening in Dakar, in Cotonou, and elsewhere. Because I think the ball is now in their field, and I have nothing more to say. Thank you.
Hello. Oh. Merci beaucoup, Bénédicte. Merci d'avoir déjà commencé à tracer tout ce travail autour de la restitution d'un point de vue d'abord intergénérationnel, donc tout le travail qui a été fait avant, que vous le commenciez, et surtout le travail de la jeune génération, qui est le travail qu'il faut suivre et soutenir aujourd'hui. Je suis vraiment contente que vous ayez fait...
I am very happy that you did genealogy first, who worked on what in the past, and the different aspects of all of this. I'm supposed to sit in order to talk to you, but June told me that we are very late, and maybe we're going to do this later. So what you're going to do now is have our first panel that is going to speak about exhibitions, rethinking exhibitions. And I think this is linked to what you just said, especially with the experience from Benin. And then we have some time for questions. So you can ask Bénédicte some questions, as well as the other speakers.
To English. So, because we're late in schedule, so we're going to go straight in the next panel, to which I would like to invite Paz Guevara on scene, who will be our host and moderator for the panel Rethinking Exhibitions, the Challenges of Mimicry Through Restitution. Paz will be in conversation with El-Hadji Malick Ndiaye, who I also invite on stage. Come, please. Dan Hicks is also. Vous êtes autant. We need to remove one chair, right? Albert Gouaffo, est-ce que tu veux te rejoindre à nous? So I'm going to introduce Paz Guevara, who will then introduce Albert. I just called him, but I think maybe he will join us. He's here. He's in the room. Paz Guevara, thank you for joining us, and thank you for accepting our invitation to moderate this panel. Paz Guevara is a curator, cultural critic, author, and part of the Archive Curatorial Ensemble. She has realized curatorial projects based on research and contingent problems such as indigenous contemporary positions, strategies of cultural translation, and rewriting history. She curated Afrosonic Mapping in 2019 and co-curated Parapolitics 2017 and 18, both at HKW Berlin. And earlier this year, January to March, the exhibition, Transition Exhibition, at Brücke Museum, which was a presentation of the collection as well as a critical engagement with the format of exhibiting collections from colonial context. So please welcome Paz Guevara, Elhaj Malick, Ndiaye, Dan Hicks, and Albert Gouaffo, who will join us soon. Thank you. Hello. This is the French mic.
Thank you, Marie-Hélène. Thank you, Kader Attia, for the in-depth conversations, also to Yun de Bret for the complicity and also the in-depth conversations on the panel, and welcome also, I feel, and I believe there is a collective effort that everybody that is in the room is engaged, is processing, not only accompanying, but engaging in the process of restitution that had changed the way we think. Therefore, we call the panel Rethinking Exhibitions, each of us in our own way of practicing and being active in this field that we could recall also perhaps at the end of the panel. Welcome. This is the French mic. Rethinking Exhibitions, the challenges of mimicry through restitution. Further questions arise when restitution is set into practice. And this is very important, as Kader Attia was introducing in the conversation with Felvin Sarr, that he very generously, continuing in a workshop that many of us that I see also in the room participated, how new questions arise when you are doing also a new practice. How to be generous with ourselves and with the practice to open up space for these questions, also perhaps to fail halfway, and to cross conceptual thresholds, categories, perspectives, narratives, and ultimately, altogether, what we have called today the epistemologies. I'm very honored and enthusiastic to be today in this panel with very active practitioners that will share with us on conceptual tools, practices, in order that we make perhaps like a toolbox in which we could act collectively to continue rethinking. So we have reserved a last time of the panel for questions. So I hope you can start also phrasing and drafting your questions to engage with us at the end of the panel. We would like to discuss the challenges of homecoming restitute works, as Bénédicte Savoy, of whom I admire your work, had brilliantly introduced in the keynote, and especially to address what is the psychological and epistemological dimension when these works are restituted, in this case, in museums or institutions in societies in Africa. We would like to pursue specifically the question, how can restitution go beyond ownership, not only to restitute the material and not only of material display, but how, like in a double move, to confront and at the same time transform and see the possibilities of repair caused by the epistemic violence. These ways in which museums, colonial museums in Europe, have historized, objectified, and appropriated those cultural works. We have to face these histories that are embedded in those cultural works. So we will move on in this panel to reflect and problematize on the limits of exhibitions, but also to discuss the importance of imagining, and as Albert Gouaffo said yesterday, of dreaming, reinventing in processes of reappropriation in, but also beyond the ecology of museums. Perhaps the panel that is called Rethinking Exhibitions will not end on how to do more exhibitions, but how to undo them. So just to be generous in advance on the construction spirit that we are carrying as a self-critique of our practice. Many times I say to my students at the Master of Raumstrategien, Spatial Strategies at the Weissensee Kunsthochschule, I know that we have all come to the art to contribute and that everybody wants to have their work in exhibitions, but we also have to confront the very model of the modern exhibition inherited from colonial modernity. It's a bad news, but we had to do this work. So please help me to welcome Albert Gouaffo, Malick Ndiaye, and Dan Hicks. Albert Gouaffo, to my side, is professor of German literature and cultural studies, as well as intercultural communication at the University of Chang in Cameroon. Dan Hicks is professor of contemporary archaeology at the University of Oxford and curator at the Pitt Rivers Museum. He's author that had accompanied me and my community in Vicence with his book, among others, The Brutish Museum. Very much that you can connect on what Bénédicte Savoy had exhibited, these brutish displays. And Malick Ndiaye is director of the Theodore Monod Museum of African Art within the Cheikh Anta Diop University in Dakar, Senegal, and as well the artistic director of the Dakar Biennale. I'm very enthusiastic to start opening up the positions, propositions, and limits of these amazing practitioners that we will start weaving. I hope together this conversation today, we welcome you. We will start with Albert Gouaffo. He prepared the presentation of positions, propositions, and limits in French. So if you need, take the headphones. And then we will move into the collective just to make a structure that is possible for the group.
My statement in French. Tout d'abord, mes remerciements.
First, I would like to thank the organizers of the 12th Berlin Biennale. I'd like to thank Recollecting Objects, a project which gives me the possibility to talk on this platform. And when I received the invitation to come to this conversation, I wondered, what can I offer? Someone who lives in Cameroon, works on colonial history and has done so for years. What can and what should he say about the story to come? So is it about science fiction? Well, I decided to share with you the results of this analysis which I did. I have three main chapters or main ideas to propose. First, the first question that bothered me, how would we react if, quite by magic, the deported works in colonial times would come back to Africa? How would we reintegrate them in society? First of all, I asked myself, first of all, we have to agree on what we mean by restitution and repair to the communities in the countries of origin. And also, the museum as an institution, well, this concept did not exist in my language, as far as I know. And so, how to accommodate this heritage, which is our cultural heritage, how can it be an object of hope and identity and not despair? And thirdly, how can we imagine in an epistemological dimension a form of collection, so inserting these objects and reconnecting with them in museums in a post-colonial future. So For the first question, I would answer that delocalization or deportation of these artifacts and cultural works from Africa, say to Germany, which is my field of research, this meant an absence, a void in the communities of origin of these artifacts and works of arts in time. This delocalization also gave rise to a useless cluttering in the host society, because only a very, very tiny portion of these artifacts and art objects would be shown to the public where they landed. Therefore, we can talk about a double absence. So what does restitution mean in this context? So is it that we have to recognize that we have damaged somebody else, harmed him, and we would like to repair it in a collective gesture in the sense of substantive law? Well, I believe that we have to invent a semantic couple, restitution, repair, in order to insist on the fact that this process goes in both directions. So restitution is not merely about simply returning stolen objects or subjects, but also it would include different actions in order to reduce the injustices that were caused by the looting through the colonial powers in the various empires. On the ethical point of view, of course, you have to understand that there was an interruption in the transmission of values and local knowledges. So you have the histories of the hunter and the lion, and the lion obviously is the prey. So even local national museums that copy the Western model in Africa have to also undergo a detox process in historical terms, because we have to address the issue of claims and think about the material reparation, find a way of reconnecting in the pre-colonial forms of creation of and transmission of ancestral knowledge, because the Western knowledge is not simply a non-knowledge for us. So Daniel Woźny and Barbara Cassin, two specialists in heritage and cultural relations, says that we are witnessing a true frenzy in the museum, because we move from the National Museum to the Community Museum, we move from the Art Museum to the Ethnographic Museum, from Archaeology Museum to Natural History Museum and the Eco Museum. And so basically you have museums proliferating all over the world. And once a temple of the muses, the museum now is reinventing itself. Museography embraces everything that concerns cultural, natural, intangible heritage. The challenge now is that you have to make the invisible visible. So apart from the problems of conservation, education, and enjoyment, you have new issues about reconstruction of identity, for instance. And also we have to reflect on the economic profitability of these museums. So how to make the invisible visible in an artificial space in these showcases in Western and Northern museums, or even Southern museums. So for whom are we exhibiting these objects, artifacts, and for what reason? So we have sacred objects conceived by craftsmen They were initiated, and it was then delivered and preserved by secret societies and secret places. Is that the natural environment, the original environment of these objects? The answer is obviously negative. So these objects, according to oral tradition, was not accessible to the public. And those who were the makers of the objects were also not the ones who were responsible for their conservation. So I would say that these museums were constantly being attacked, assaulted, desecrated, and even reduced to their pure materiality. These subjects are very specific and have their space, their place, and their original environment. They're part of the so-called traditional culture, and their return will allow Africa to reinvent its own discourses and narratives in order to celebrate the plural unity, its crossed destinies, and accept itself in its plurality and differences, and also in its internal complementarities. But of course, we cannot do without the European Museum in Africa. So the big question is how to transform yesterday's heritage into today's heritage, because these museums of Western fabric must be decolonized. They must be change in a way in order to tell the story of African resistance to Western primacy. The memory of slavery and colonization should cease to be a burden and become a moment of moral arming of every African in these museums. So these objects, once returned, can find a second life because they materialize the African creative genius. Now, these reappropriated museums should tell the story of Africa's contribution to universal civilization, which was this one of Senghor's topics. So, pre-colonial Africa, that of Chaka, of Samori Touré, of Cheikh Anta Diop, of Joseph Kizerbo, for example, find its apogee here. It is necessary to put the African world back on the same level of knowledge as any other world. And through transatlantic contact, Africans have been deprived of a large part of their history. Now, secondly, or rather thirdly, so reparations for Cameroon and Africa is a possibility to reconnect with pre-colonial epistemology. And we remember here Alpha Umar Konaré, who said that the Western model of museums in Africa must be killed in order for new modes of heritage conservation and promotion to flourish. So African ritual artifacts in Western museums have been sacred. They have been deactivated and thus devalued, commodified. They inserted into the Grand Western, they found their place into the Grand Western imperial narrative. It is, of course, also maintained by taxpayers' money. And they praise the universalism, and this is promoted by UNESCO and ICOM. And the audience is normally exogenous. The primary function of the museum is to conserve, study, and exhibit. The museum, as an institution, whether in Europe or in Africa, cannot serve the initial interests of African objects that were conceived either as objects of ritual performance, rites of purification, social justice, healing, clairvoyance, etc., or as everyday objects. Now, keeping them in showcases or taming them in closets in an exotic environment and inserting them into the universalist discourse of the 18th century, Enlightenment indirectly participates in the celebration of white supremacism. The museum thus becomes part of the infrastructure of colonial continuity by joining the architecture of post-colonial injustice. And this means that the restrictions to access to the global market, job market, the education to training, in short, a structure that takes part in the conservation and maintenance of the privileges of colonization. So let's not be mistaken. A change of name or a reconfiguration of the architecture of the museum as an institution in Africa will not change its ideology, which attempts to universalize. We have Jean-Marc Ella, a sociologist and Cameroonian thinker, speaks of reinventing science and picking up the challenge of an Africa from below. And Jean Bernabe, West Indian, together with Patrick Chamoiseau and Raphaël Confiant, all three from the West Indies, speak of diversality. Jean-Marc Ella defines the world below as follows, and I'm going to quote him. The world from below reveals itself as the place par excellence of innovations and dynamics that has been unforeseen, and this reminds of those who know of other ways of living than those of competitiveness. I conclude that far from being lost, Black Africa is being reborn. Its human and material resources, its social innovations announce, in my opinion, that Africa can be the continent of the future. So this notion of the Africa from below still hides its mysteries, and there are many imaginaries which have yet to be explored. We need to decentralize the Museum of European Knowledge to build new paths and alleys of knowledge. Our guardians of tradition must also help us to do so, since they are the informants, because they have to become experts in historical and cultural knowledge. The idea of diversity is closely linked to that of creolity. It means that there is no such thing as a small people or a minor language, and there is no such thing as a small or minor culture. So our first diversity will be to recognize that diversity of the world is something that evolves permanently. Again, our first diversity will be inscribed in an integrating process of the world's diversity. Our creolity will have to be acquired, structured, preserved, while modifying itself. Therefore, you have a double movement which will favor and animate our will to create in authenticity. We must avoid returning to the totalitarian order of the old world. The creolity in our heart will help us to maintain the making of new laws of illicit mixtures, the search for new possibilities which will not endeavor to dominate others, but enters into relationship and which seeks exchange rather than plunder. And this in respect. So living culture and creolity, even more so, is a permanent excitement of the desire for living together. And if we recommend to our creators this exploration of anything that is specific to us, is because that we have the opportunity to link back to the universality and come back to a harmonization, conscious harmonization of preserved diversities. In one word, this is what we mean by diversality. So Africa must reinvent itself through its heritage, which is going to be returned to it from its Western exile. And of course, Africa has to claim its right to opacity. It is not possible to understand everything always. It is important to maintain one's difference. It is important to preserve the mystique, the mystical elements of its people. Therefore, obviously, it's important to think about these contributions from the West in its identity construction, but it's also important to understand that we cannot just copy the Museum of Europe in Africa, but have a museum as a space of joy and celebration of diversity. Thank you.
For these propositions, confronting the violence of Western exhibitions at colonial museums, and acknowledging the limits and how to develop dream and reimagine propositions. I think that your point of departure would allow us to weave with Malick Daya practice and reflections, like you departed with the question that animated, that spirited us today, how to go beyond material restitution. And you acknowledge and coin a term that is interesting for our toolbox, this double absence, caused by the disorder of these cultural works that migrated from one place to the other, causing a double trouble. In your reflection, I have been very inspired to listen to your interview and Kader's Attia's video, The Objects Interlacing. And you also position yourself against this distance in which the objects are arranged, not only in the vitrine, the distance of the label, but also the distance of the method of the historian of the sciences. So I would like that to invite you to start sharing with us also on your concept of how to address the objects, not by objectifying them, but through understanding them as the object's memory.
Thank you so much, Paz Guevara. Thank you, Kader. Thank you, Marie-Hélène. And I would like also to say thanks to Bénédicte for this marvelous conference. I'm sorry, I will follow my colleague Albert because I see that and I know that it is very easier for me, it's easier for me to speak in French in order to it's easier for me to share all my idea in French. It will be, I think, very clear for you and very easy for me. And merci beaucoup, merci pour l'invitation. Merci.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you, everybody.
Merci à Paz.
Thank you, Paz, for moderating. And I would also like to welcome everybody who's present, and my dear friend Kanakasi, my big brother, and I'm also going to speak about his concept. and what we do linked to his work. I'm going to answer the question, but I would also like to react to what Bénédicte said and where she finished, because she went to this incredible space and she met somebody who said restitution is not what we really need. We want the technologies of the future. And I have heard this very often, but in a different way. My colleagues or in the museums or researchers or even people in Senegal, Africans generally, who said to me, restitution is not what matters. What matters is the future. It's our contemporary art. And I am a little bit between both. My university research is about contemporary art. My thesis, my exhibitions are about contemporary art. But the museum where I am has our historical heritage also, not only contemporary heritage. And do we need to be Manichaean? Do we have to? When we want the future, to close the doors to the past. And I would always answer those colleagues and those friends and say to take care of contemporary art and to make sure that our heritage does not leave our country does not mean that we stop here and refuse restitution. On the contrary, restitution, and that's what I want to start with, is a debate today that is helping us to cross a lot of obstacles. And well, Kader also did this, and I'm going to come back to this later. The work that we need to accomplish is to open those doors. And when we speak about restitution, that's what happens. The first one is the question not about the past and the future, but restitution is a connection between temporalities. Because in the African context, we have absences, phantoms, empty spaces created by the looting and spoliation. And we have the impression that transmission of knowledge has been interrupted because those objects are also carriers of knowledge. And Bénédicte also showed us a look across the generations to those objects. And some are considering those objects as not belonging to their creator anymore because they are older and they are of a different type. And the difference is that temporalities are being connected by them, which means that contemporary artists can reproduce those works of art that existed and through those objects be linked to the past and to the history of art. Because when we have a look at the African history of art, we have the impression that there was a big jump from old art to contemporary art. And modern art is a phase that was somehow eluded. I'm saying modern art, even it's not the exact expression. I mean, it's a kind of sequence that disappeared in the history of art. And the work that is being done today wants to connect them. So we have to think about three things. Restitution today allows us to reinvent museums, to think about a concept that we can call exhibition, or that can be something else, because an exhibition today is something that is just like the museum, something that has a meaning that is limited to a protocol, to a certain professional way of doing things. And if we innovate this concept, we can have a fresh look at exhibitions, museums. And the third thing is that through mediation, we can also reflect. Because if we think about exhibitions, they have an impact on mediation. And how do we have to do it? What does it look like? What should it look like? What are the actors? And that's a big question, the question of transmission today. Transgenerational transmission, not close the door to restitution, to think about contemporary art, to rethink exhibitions in this exhibition space, and to think about how an exhibition can create links. And all of this is something that needs to be reinvented and has to be the new mediation. Why is all of this so problematic? Because we have to redefine the concept of a museum, of an exhibition, to recreate a new system for transmissions, a new protocol that we are going to call the new mediation. Because, as we see here in the panel, in Europe, we have an institution that is anchored in a cultural and intellectual Western history and a concept, a notion that is called a museum. But in Africa, we have never had this type of museum. And even if we speak French or English there, these objects that are being restituted today are objects that were spoliated and that were then caught in what we call ethnography. And when they went to the European museums, they became connected to something else. And that is different when they are in African museums. So the question is, when this object returns, what is the relation that we need to have with it? In a European museum, and I'm going to mention Bénédicte's keynote again because her images were very telling. The objects that we found in the Humboldt Forum are very significant because the sacred African object is situated in like in a triangle. The object, the canon, and the history of aesthetics. So the object, the principles of beauty, principles, and the history that is linked to the history of the country that it comes from, and the aesthetics and the way it needs to be presented in order to be pleasing to the eye and so on. And a museum that receives an object that is being returned, that recovers it, has to think about the way that it needs to exhibit it now and take into account this triangle. The object, the subject of the artifact, and the aesthetic principles. But the configuration is now completely different, and we cannot just remain in an institutional system, in an epistemological system, while the object is now in a completely different institution. So we have to think about this distance that we have, and to think about the way, about the manner that those objects were restituted, and ethnographically, the way that they need to be displayed. And this is a challenge for the curator, because we curators have a challenge. Okay, Bénédicte can very well say, I don't want to speak about that anymore, but we have a lot of work to do. Because this question of restitution means for us that we have to be aware that the objects are going to come to us. And we have to be careful that we are not reproducing the same way of displaying them. So we have to learn and unlearn at the same time. Because our method, our language, is anchored in very deep epistemic systems. So we have to build and destroy at the same time, and that is a challenge. Of course, it's very pleasant, it's a joyful challenge, it's stimulating. And this work needs to be done complying with a principle. Speaking about contemporary art, it has been said that there are principles when you are a curator, when you exhibit, when you create an exhibition. You have the principle between the aspects of beauty and of culture. And this is, first of all, quite easy because it is anchored in the history of art, and you can follow the different styles, the evolution, the practices, the language of shapes, and so on. And the other principle is something that is between cultures. And when you are working with those objects, restituted objects, and African heritage, you have to abide by this principle. Now, when you prepare an exhibition, how can you do it? And this is what I want to conclude with. I think that we need to, and more so, give up when it comes to museums and the omniscient curator who has all the knowledge, who knows all about art. We need to more and more make this museum into a non-space, to transform the space into a non-space and open it more and more to communities. And accept that it's the Museum 3.0, the interactive museum, and where you not only collect files and catalogs, and accumulate knowledge that also comes from the communities. Because lots of knowledge has been lost. The communities have changed, new generations have come, and the interpretation from the community can have changed. The meaning has changed because knowledge has either been lost or enhanced. I spoke for a long time already. Paz is looking at me. And the second point, maybe one needs to watch out. Why? Those objects were ethnographically catalogued. When we were in Düsseldorf, they said there were not only ethnographic objects, but ethnographically catalogued objects. And when we reproduce them in our museums, we must watch out that we don't reproduce the same way of looking at them or presenting them. And all of this coincides actually with a revival of ethnography in all kinds of conferences and spaces. So we need to be careful. And the way that we look at them, at those objects, must not reproduce the systems of the initial exhibition. And this is where it's tricky, and now I'm really going to conclude, because we cannot just exhibit those objects and forget their spiritual aspect, while the museum has fought against that, because museums in Europe are secular spaces and they extracted the spiritual side of those objects. And that's why we need to create spaces in our museums that are non-spaces, where spirituality can interact again. And that's why I said we have to be very, very watchful. Because ethnography has an influence here. How to work with a spirituality that is not spiritual anymore. And make sure that the memory is preserved. And that this idea on which all those objects were based, or in which those objects were captured, be changed in order to save them as a part of humanity. Because many people in Africa don't know how important those objects are. And if we just let them go, we are going to lose them. And today, everything that is happening shows that actually the biggest responsibility is going to be the African curator, who makes sure that the objects that come back, that are recovered, that he has to conserve, displayed correctly.
Thank you, Malick. So with your reflection, you make us imagine this memory of the object, this transit among many histories and hands. So when they return, they are not the same, but they are still somehow alive, you have said. And connecting with Albert Gouaffo's double absence, the double trouble that happened when this works, object-subject, has been legitimately removed, displaced, dispossessed. I want to ask then Hicks, who has really dig in his workplace, a Western museum, specifically in the Pitt Rivers Museum, a museum of anthropology and world archaeology at the University in Oxford, and how this critical digging had led you to conceptualize a very specific position that I would like to invite you to share, to start in reflecting on your work, the position of Euro-pessimism against the violence of colonial museums.
Okay, thank you so much. So yes, I guess, the first thing to say is how wonderful it is to be with Albert and Malick, and to be able to share in this venue the conversations we're having as part of this work that is a part of what we're doing, funded by the Verlet, and also last night hearing the incredible, inspiring contributions of our researchers, who are the most important part of this work, of course, and I think all of whom are here, today. So yeah, the Euro-pessimistic perspective, I guess, begins with that sense that, well, here we are, you know, in a very white art institution in Europe. You know, I'm a curator in a museum that has a lot of these objects, and we're seeing restitution starting, as we heard from Bénédicte. So are we just the supply side in this? If we were in North America in this sort of conversation, we might start with a land acknowledgement. But we're talking now about stolen art, not stolen land. This institution is not sitting on stolen land. But then also we might see some forms of return as making a similar move, a sort of reflexive move, some kind of self-awareness. So one might start with expressing one's, you know, privilege or one's positionality in this conversation, all of which, of course, is important. But that 90s fix has failed, I think. I think that's where we've really got to at this point. So this is now not only about stolen art in the collections of Dahlem, hidden away or on display, in this very bizarre reimagining of the history of the world in 100 objects here in Berlin that we're seeing at Humboldt Forum. This is also about art spaces like the Academy in which we sit now, because fundamentally this conversation in Europe is, as we've already heard, it's a conversation about not just the legacies of white supremacy, not just the question of the canon, the question of how we define art, but it's actually how, in quite a very specific historical sequence, let's say between the 1870s and the 1920s, that art and culture were put to work for the purposes of, you know, cultural supremacy. So these legacy institutions, these heteronormative, cis-masculine, patriarchal, corporate colonial, militarist institutions of, you know, racial capitalism, of carceral capitalism, are still here. In the UK, you know, when we beat the fascists in 1945, one of the first things that happened in our natural history museums was the removal of any last vestiges of the displays of human remains that told the racist lie that there were different species of human remains put to work by science, in the fake race science, to tell a story of supremacy. But right next door to those institutions, in the cultural institutions, in this world where we think of ourselves as so much more having our finger on the pulse of questions of anti-racism or equality, we left those displays alone. We even here in Berlin have seen their reconstruction and their redisplay. So this is a question not only about, in general, white supremacy, it's very specifically about cultural whiteness, which actually my colleague Nick Mezof, with his new book that comes out early next year, White Sight, has helpfully described, and I think this is important, and so for him, white infrastructure represents the cultural unconsciousness of whiteness that sustains white reality. His work, I think, underlines then not simply that we are seeing, this is a visual moment, we're seeing in these regimes of display that we inherit how art and culture were not just taken from the continent of Africa in these acts which we know were doing at least three things. They were making, whether in the context of the attack upon Benin City and what is now Nigeria, or in really, countless other such operations. We know in those contexts they were about making a claim to sovereignty. They were about an attempt to destroy traditional religion, belief. But they were also about trying to effect an ongoing sort of cultural dispossession, to create a ground zero in sort of cultural and artistic terms, into which the protectorate could move into the colony. Because remember, you don't loot your colonies, you loot, I mean, what the Europeans were doing was actually undertaking these acts of dispossession as acts of war, as a technology of war, as a tactic of war. But hand in hand with that, and this is the double move that we've heard already, actually echoed from Malick, the display of these items in the metropole and the regimes which lead not only to art and aesthetics, but also to knowledge. They lead into the academy, they lead into reading lists, they lead into the creation of the disciplines of archaeology, of art, of anthropology, as we've heard in the later 19th century, all those are at stake. So that's the infrastructure, and I'm unconvinced that the term we're being offered today, repair, goes anywhere near what we need in this moment in Europe, in the European side of these conversations, as what a museum is being reinvented, as we've heard, as we learn every week, every month on an African model so much. I mean, all of the best thinking about what a museum could be, how we could save and reimagine these ideas of exhibiting culture at a time, of course, where we've never needed institutions that can look at art and culture and ways of seeing, ways of believing outside of a Eurocentric lens. And it is our colleagues from across the continent of Africa who are showing us how that works. But in Europe, repair, is that just art wash? Are we just going to give away a few hundred objects? Are we just going really to see repair as almost a very particular intervention in time? Part of how the cultural supremacy of the museum worked was to pretend that the culture that had just been attacked and also desecrated was in the past. In the British Museum, the Benin bronzes were displayed within months of the attack in 1897 alongside the ancient Egyptian objects or the Bronze Age objects from Mesopotamia in the Assyrian saloon. The idea was, the message was, we have blown your culture back into the Bronze Age. This is a dead culture. So what do we do then when the language of repair and the language of procedure strips out from this work of restitution the urgent work of anti-racism and of anti-colonialism, that awareness that abolition is not over, that emancipation is not over, because colonialism is not over, because the museum presents itself as a timeless and eternal and universal institution. It may be now, if we think of what kind of art genre the museum is becoming, maybe it's becoming performative to some degree. In reality, it is a durational art form, always. The ethnological museum seeks to intervene with time. It seeks to make its worldview last. And when that worldview, as we learn from the most recent book by Bénédicte, when that worldview is based not on here are the facts, but also here are the lies, then what is actually right in this context? We have to not simply give back, we have to give up. This has got to be about the active deconstruction, the dismantling of these infrastructures of white supremacy, of cultural whiteness that reach into this institution and into cultural funding and into the heart of identity, at this moment in Europe. So this is about remembrance rather than repair, I'd say. It's about the right to choose what to remember. It's about who gets to remember, who gets to set that agenda. I think if we're thinking in terms of durational technologies in relation to the museum, we might learn a lot from African-American writing at the present, I'd mention especially the work of Christina Sharp and her book In the Wake, and her notion of in the wake, which of course in that context is this image that seeks to evoke the enduring structures and inequalities of the carceral regimes that led to enslavement and the transatlantic slave trade. In her hands, the notion of in the wake is a term that evokes the track left on the water's surface by a ship, the disturbance caused by a body swimming or moved in water, a state of wakefulness or consciousness, also the air currents that come behind a body in flight, a region of disturbed flow or the recoil of a gun. And I think some of that thinking about how we live with these enduring legacies, these legacy institutions, these legacy disciplines, mean that for someone like me in this space, in my job as a curator, this isn't post-memory, this isn't post-colonialism, this isn't, we need to ditch all of that language. This is something closer to starting to dismantle intellectually what Sylvia Wynter, the important Jamaican theorist on these ideas, underlines as liberal monohumanism, something which we learn from the humanitarian literature very well, that notions of the universal human, the idea that we're all human, were put to work very much for the colonial project in the second half of the 19th century. Well, the model of liberal humanism found its expression as a public space, fundamentally as our museums of so-called world culture. And that later, that nostalgic attempt that we saw in the late 90s, in that 90s fix, which I've mentioned, not only to be reflexive, but also to say that we can underline the value of the Universal Museum. For me, the question is about how to inherit. And I want to finish here by making a very simple point, I hope, which is that if this is about legacy institutions, if this is about the fact that all these dead white men are still alive in these institutions, that these worldviews were actively built to last, whether in a statue in the streets or in the displays in the museum or on our reading lists or unseen here in this space right now, then we have to do the following. We have to learn from the nature writers, from the environmentalists who tell us that our job, because this is a generational moment, right? This is a moment of reckoning with the past that comes at a certain historical juncture or conjuncture. They tell us that our role is to find ways environmentally to leave behind a world for those that come after us, which is not full of nuclear waste that will continue to hurt people for millennia, the toxic, destroyed landscapes that we see in so many parts of the world, the overheated climate, the rising sea levels, those undetonated minefields that are left after war. We have, they say, to learn how to be good ancestors. So that's the case for those who work on nature. What about those in this room who work on culture? So I'd say that our challenge, which is something that in our conversations and this attempt in our project to create what Felwine and Bénédicte have called, a new relational ethics, a new form of, learning from each other, but trying to destroy some of the inherent power relationships in between the so-called North and the so-called South that are here. Our job is kind of the other side of the coin. So we need to find ways in the world of culture to not learn how to leave behind a better world, but to learn how to inherit. How to inherit and how to refuse to inherit. How to be a good descendant. There's much of value in these disciplines, these institutions, in the space we're in today. We need to refuse the argument from the British Museum or the Metropolitan Museum or all those other guys, and they are actually mainly guys, that this conversation is somehow an attack upon their institution. But we need to be ready to receive what is good, but to excise what is bad, to refuse those inheritances, not least those that come from that layer of our history in art and culture in Europe, in which art and culture was co-opted for a proto-fascist, white supremacist worldview, which we have to be ready now actively to dismantle, which includes, I'm afraid, ensuring that we're undermining institutionally, individually, ourselves. If it's not hurting, it's not working. And that's the risk, I think, for defining restitution as repair in a European context.
Thank you, Dan. It is a hard work to dismantle white supremacy from the very own museum in which you work. And also want to share the question that you pose in your book, important for practitioners, curators, artists, also at exhibitions, how to go beyond the dominant mode of reflexivity and self-awareness and to go into action. I think this is the great legacy and the process that we face and that we are engaging with the process and action of restitution, that is not only about the paradigm of inclusion that we practice or that many great of the legendary curators that we admire also were practicing, also beyond the paradigm and model of exhibitions of representation, and of course also beyond mere interpretation. So you have all demanded practices that go beyond that models. And also I would like to share, so the audience also would like to engage, even if you are not a practitioner from Africa or from Europe, that is possible also to start doing other cartographies, for example, South-South, and how to see, in my case, from Chile, how the model of the Western Museum is, for example, embedded in the capital Museum of History and Nature, and how a little museum in the south, in alliance with indigenous community of Yagan, had claimed and succeeded to obtain the restitution from the museum in Santiago. So you see how also we could engage and start linking how you were posing to how exhibitions allow us to link problems, debates, but also propositions. And in these propositions, I would like to ask you to share with us shortly before opening the panel to the audience, so please prepare some interventions on the strategies to break on those epistemological limits. For example, Dan Hicks, you have proposed the necographies. So at the Western European Colonial Museum, how to rewrite, but also you had written to go beyond that. And Malick had mentioned also the critique of the very category of art and how this could open up the spirituality and how this would look like, Malick. And Albert Gouaffo had also envisioned and dreamed and maybe programmed the diversality against universality. What propositions, more concrete, could we draft today?
So what proposal can we make in order to relocate or repair the damages caused to objects that had traveled and that are coming home. In my different reflections, that are not, of course, at all finished, I try to come up with some sort of conservation space. I don't want to call it a museum. I call it a space for conservation, for validation and transmission of heritage once it has come home. Because I think that the objects, current objects, show some type of resilience. They were made, they were used, and for some of those objects, it is not as urgent to return them as for the sacred objects and the objects of power. Because the colonial contact also poses the question of how to deshumanize the other and how to create a barrier between here and there. And everything that tries to illustrate the universality is being fought. That means that the objects of power, when they are returned, they need to be restituted to where they came from, because those objects have a space in our narrative, and sometimes it is said that they were found in nature. Okay, sometimes that may be true, because maybe they were hidden in a sacred forest, and that is also where the rites were carried out. And those objects need to come home. And they have to be revitalized if they are not intoxicated like we saw yesterday. Because you can also create a bomb that is worse than COVID. So when those objects arrive, you have to make sure that they are not dangerous for the original communities. And if it is sacred objects, they have to find their sacred spirit again. That's why I say we need a space, a sacred space, in a sacred place, in a public place, so that knowledge and the knowledge about the conservation of those objects be known. Because we cannot just say that these objects come back and they are unchanged. No, some have no more value. You have to admit that. And sometimes after this appropriation, this domestication, through their transfer, they have received a sort of a positive, creative appropriation. Some artists were inspired by them, like Picasso, for instance, or the Munich group, the Blue Horsemen, and those objects need to be revitalized in the society where they came from, because you cannot just keep the hull of them, or I don't want to call it a cadaver. And in the place where they came from, they have to receive this revitalization, And that's why we need an empowerment, a museum of empowerment that gives them back their dignity that they have lost. Because objects have a dignity, and if we can give them their dignity back from an African standpoint. Somebody here spoke about the canons of the physical beauty of the object. And I think that would be a way forward.
Thank you.
Well, earlier I asked a question, and I would like to add something. The objects that left, they were in a system as a medicine object or a religious artifact, or for maternity, or for the harvest. So they had a real power. They had a real effective power, an agency, I could say. And they had real power and extraordinary spirituality. So these objects were powerful, and when they left out of Africa and out of the context, out of the temporality, they lost it. And today, restitution has the big challenge to take that into account. And when those objects come back into a space where they have a different system of power, a system where there's a president, ministers, and organization, where those communities were aggregated into a nation. But that does not mean that those objects have lost all their power. But it means that the power is in a different space and time. And that needs to be taken into account. There's a certain shift that we need to take into account when we share. Because those objects still have their power, because they have an aura. Maybe this is not the same definition that Benjamin had, but they have an aura, and they instill a certain respect in you, a fear even. They have a spirituality, and it's a bit like when you are in a theater and show something, the spirituality is not effective anymore. And that's why I always come back to the ambiguity that the contemporary artist can create faced with those objects, and that is inevitable in the mediation and transmission context. There is a certain balance, a harmony in those life systems, and those systems of life that can be reproduced, that need to be respected, but we cannot, when those objects come home and are being conserved here, forget that. We were all trained to conserve those objects with UNESCO protocols that cannot tolerate certain things. But we cannot exclude that an object is a subject, because we always call them objects, and show that these objects are in fact a subject also in some communities. And we should not exclude that. When the object comes and becomes a subject and comes back into the place where it came from, but it needs to be recharged in spirituality. And we cannot exclude that the way that we need to animate this object and give it its soul back can be done in the museum, in the space of the museum. This epistemological break sort of anesthetizes the object and asepticizes it, like it cannot be in contact with germs, with our breath, with our sweat. And that's why, for instance, the caves in Lascaux were closed off as soon as they were discovered, because the germs in our breath and the humidity from our breath are very damageable to those old artworks. And those objects are restored and protected in labs. So they are transposed into a protocol that we all inherited, and a professional protocol. And we also have to fight against that. So we cannot reject the communities, because that is also us. And we have our germs, and we touch the objects and manipulate them, and then we can always put them in a display case. That's why I'm speaking about this opportunity here. And Kader and Marie-Helene, I would like to say to them that we need to accept this. This colonial context is quite special because we need to accept to hold this hot potato even if it burns us, because this is very problematic. And we have to play the game. We have to accept to play the game. The curator who is going to handle this object needs to take into account the ethnography and show it, because we are now in a paradigm change. Things are shifting. Things are changing, and we have to be bold. It was just mentioned because they said that when I compare Senghor as compared to his works, he had the courage to confront theory. And he was in a theoretical zone, for instance. In order to be clear, things need to be said. And I think this bravery needs to be created. Colonial studies have created something that made of ethical and moral questions epistemological questions, and that is problematic. Some years ago, all the questions about slavery in France and all the movements were similar, and that's normal. Because science stagnated for a long time, and in order to progress, we need to kick it.
Okay, thank you so much for those thoughts, Malick and Albert. And I will try and be brief in adding to such rich responses already. But I do think the sort of, what next? What do we do question is incredibly important for curators. I think the first thing, just on a very practical level, is to underline that actually, you know, restitution, and to remember that restitution has been a central part of our professional practice in the very different historical circumstances of Holocausts, restitution, and the return of ancestral human remains to indigenous communities around the world for more than 30 years. So we have the professional structures in place. What's fascinating and really troubling is that the idea that one might, in those cases, see the process, actually restitution and the provenance research that's needed as a central part, a mainstream part of what museums do, but also that at the same time, somehow returning to Africa was off the table for so long. What does that tell us about the things I was talking about earlier in relation to these legacies of sort of framing and the institutional racism that's at the heart of our museum culture? Having said that, I've never been more optimistic as a curator than I am now in this moment that we find ourselves in for art museums, anthropology museums, because the crisis, the moment in which, let's not call it a crisis, the moment at which, this unfolding moment, what in my book I've called a decade of returns, the 2020s, whatever time we, however we frame this time, it is a moment we share with wider public and intellectual conversations about art and anthropology. You know, anthropology is having its own moment. Art is having its own moment in terms of what counts as contemporary, what counts as, you know, as actually the art that should be shown in our galleries. And, of course, the movement for Black Lives is central to that. So let's not let that urgent context, as that movement has emerged since 2014, which, of course, in Oxford we experienced very directly through the Rose Must Fall Oxford campaign in 2016. Let's not allow these, you know, first thing, let's not allow these debates, these conversations to become purely debate and conversation, abstracted from that urgent work of anti-racism and anti-colonialism. The second thing I'd say is that, I mean, this is about transparency still. Just to speak to Bénédicte's point earlier, I don't know how many people in this room actually realize that the vast majority of our European museums do not know what is in their storerooms. The scandal that we say we are looking after objects that are hidden away in boxes that haven't been opened for 100 years. The scandal that the violence continues by hiding it away. This isn't about what's on display, it's about what's hidden away, and not even on the website, not even on the database, not even on the inventories. So transparency, the excavation of the storerooms, but the third point is, let's not see this as some moment to turn these objects into telling stories, so-called much-needed stories about European colonialism that we should be aware of. We can tell those histories anyway without retaining the objects, and as we've seen, not only in the museum, but also in the context of the important, urgent debates around the biennial, around the display of those horrific images from Abu Ghraib, we see an urgent and shifting international conversation about the violence that images can do and our role as curators, which sometimes we get right and sometimes we get wrong in terms of how to shine a light at the right time, but ensure consent is there, ensure that that violence isn't simply being reinscribed. That's something we're all learning about in this time, and learning more and also listening more is central. The final sort of point I would make is the importance in anthropology museums to build new relationships with art institutions, and especially contemporary artists. It's wonderful today, this afternoon, to have my colleague Victor Ekhamanor, leading Nigerian artist who we commissioned. I mean, wave your hand, Victor, just to say hi, if you're still there. Yeah, hi. And so Victor's work, some of the work that we've been incredibly lucky to do with Victor around the Benin bronzes, including an installation in St. Paul's Cathedral earlier this year, has been one, I think, important element. I'm not sure we were, there's so much more to do, but remembering that these questions about African art have to be about the fact that contemporary art that African artists are contemporary artists, much of the best contemporary artists from the continent of Africa at this point, and that we have to build those different relationships and to reframe. And part of the dismantling is the dismantling of our Eurocentrism in our art institutions.
So with your practices, we had arrived to the very structural question of the unicity of the museum as the only space for the return of cultural works, as Felvin Sarr has coined. How can we critique this unicity of the museum and also of categories, as you were debating, and the category of art instead to open it up, and how the so-called objects start emerging as object subjects, as we have also read in Felvin Sarr and Bénédicte Savoy report. And this, of course, raises permanent new questions. Felvin Sarr was sharing in the workshop. And now we have to face the question, in what languages should we speak to the restitute objects after they have been in so many places? So please, if you have any question, there might be a microphone.
Thank you, Paz. Thank you to all of you and to Bénédicte for all these contributions. I wanted to first comment on one part of Bénédicte's keynote that was showing the British guy who was talking about the destruction of the museums in Europe. Yeah, the director when it comes to restitution and the way in which they have to preserve the museum, because restituting would mean that the museum will go empty and that it wouldn't exist at all. And I think that to him and of course to all directors of museums today who are thinking in the same line of preserving the museums that are in Europe, there is a destruction, like a massive destruction that happened when these objects were taken from their own context, like originally. And they are not thinking about that. So like the destruction is not new today, like it happened before. So then as an act of repair, maybe it's time to only look at reparation in those same contexts where everything originally happened. And I wanted to also point out, because this came in the conversation from Albert and also from Malick, when we think about reinventing the museum. And also, I think Malick put it beautifully when he said that actually museums existed before in Africa. It's just that museum is not the term that was used to talk about those spaces. And also the way in which the museums are structured today, looking at and following the Occidental model is not the way in which it happened there. So how can we reconciliate these spaces today? How can we think about those spaces of memory that existed before, that hosted or created actually all these objects, and how can we think about a real reconnection between the object back then and the communities, but also thinking about the gap that has been mentioned, because there is a gap of time in which generations changed, in which the beliefs are still there, but they have like different forms. Spirituality has always been present in this community, and it has been expressed in different forms, where maybe today these objects are not needed in order to express the spirituality of these communities, but they are needed thinking about symbolism. Like they have to be returned, that's for sure. And I think that's not the debate anymore. But then what happens when they are returned is another conversation. That all these people who hold museums in the traditional way of thinking about it, like the Western way, and also museum in the way in which it has been set and in the way in which it existed and created all these objects and their functionality and their importance and value in those contexts. So I think there is a greater conversation that will happen, hopefully, coming from this panel, but that actually started happening already when it comes to transmission and when it comes to spiritual reconnection of all these objects to where they belong to.
Thank you, Marie-Hélène. I also have a sort of comment question, because I have to say that it was also fascinating to listen all of you, because you are very complimentary. But there is something I mean, for all the research I did for more than 15 years now on this on this, there's something that cannot leave my mind, is that when you look at an object, there's a body somewhere. A mask has been sculpted by a sculptor. It has been wear by a person, the dancer. It has been worshipped by the community. Sometimes even masks do not dance anymore, but they are kept as fetish masks, whatever. The body is extremely important and is in terms of how we have to understand the question of the return, because you cannot separate the massive deportation of objects and the massive deportation of black bodies through slaveries. I can tell you many stories of that. One of them, for instance, observed by an ethnographer from Portugal in the 50s with the Chokwe people. I think I told the story to some people who are here, where he was living 7 years in a village with the Chokwe people, and suddenly he saw a group of women worshipping a dance that he had never observed before. They put trench of wood on the ground and they were dancing. And when he asked, what is this? They said, this is the worship of the train. The Portuguese colonizer have brought, trains in the region, and they were like, not terrorized, but impressed by the power of this machine. They have deducted that to have such power, the machine might have hold the spirits of the people who have been deported and never came back. And this never came back is crucial in this question of restitution. What the Algerian psychoanalyst Karima Lazali explained is that colonialism appeared, has happened with massive extension of people that until now is not spoken in France, for instance. What the indigenous are missing, they are the graves of all these people who have disappeared. I even talked one day with Jürgen Zimmerer here, the German historian, who was telling me that most of the time when we speak about the sack of the palace of Benin City or the one of the King Béanzin, we speak about the object, but we don't speak that much about the murders, about the massive crimes. Bénédicte before spoke about the punition expéditive, the violence of the dispossession. For me, there is something very important we have to keep in mind in this question of the absence of the graves, is that the population until today have nothing to worship. So what has been happening in this process in the end, and I think your example of the Humboldt Forum says it all, is that if Western museums are exhibiting dead objects in dead room, it's because they have also dispossessed the non-Western subject from their dead. They have dispossessed the Algerian, the Cameroonese, the Senegalese, and so on, from their dying. They have dispossessed them to really signify to them that they are not human. Because if you dispossess people of its capacity to understand that he can die, he has all his fellow, buried here, you then dispossess the human consciousness, the human subject consciousness of this relation with death. And I think this is super important, because when Felwine told me that we definitely need to try to reinvent about a sort of intangible aspect or experience of this object, I spoke before about all this talent. We all know the incredible talent of this guy, musician, novelist, etc. But there is something that I found so important, is that these objects are also the border between the world of the invisible and the world of the visible. And this is this question, I think, is one of the core stakes of coloniality. The dispossession, not only of aesthetics, it is also, we can speak about this, particularly with avant-garde artists, but there's also this incredible process of dispossessing the other from their own awareness of death, basically, because colonialism has been massively killing people without of course, all these sacks we are talking about of Benin City, did you see some graves, or the bodies have disappeared? I'm not even talking about the Atlantic trade. This is the second very important, as far as I'm concerned, question, because it really shows us how much what we could call the phantom limb that is constantly, unconsciously, that's why I was quoting Karim Al-Azali, who is a psychoanalyst, constantly activating these needs for return, and in a very complex way. So this is also what we have to reinvent, not necessarily an epistemology or an infrastructure, but also a reappropriation of the dying, a reappropriation of death.
Oui. Alors, merci beaucoup déjà.
Thank you very much.
D'abord par Bénédicte, je vais commencer par la chronologie.
I'm going to start chronologically with Bénédicte. Thank you very much for inviting us here to this important debate with all the protagonists, experts in the debate. I would like to say one thing. I would like to thank you all, and then I would like to mention my experience with restitution. I am Massouf Kanazif. I live in Berlin, and we are not in Paris, we are not in London, we are in Berlin. And it's very important to speak about our experience with contemporary art. In the year 2000, I created a lab for de-Berlinization. And the debate around this problem tried to find solutions. And that's how I met Kader, Attia. I met him in the CKM in 2009 after creating this lab. And he tried, after the year 2008, in an ethnographical museum where I gave an interview. Nijmegen is in the Netherlands. I was already speaking about restitution there, and I said we need to create a lab to de-Berlinize. That means to rethink. It was said how to rethink, how to redo and renew this and that. And Africa is now in a very difficult situation when it comes to restitution. And after what Bénédicte said, we understand exactly what happened to me. I had tried with this lab to invite an artist, politician, intellectual. I had met, by the way, several politicians, and wanted to talk about this with artists like Felwin, for instance, and other intellectuals from Africa. And we met a lot of people, Salah Hassan and others. And I talked about this lab because everything started here in Berlin. And the destruction, deconstruction, I don't know how you call it, that started here. And I would like to thank her for her presentation because I learned a lot. Bénédicte Savoy explains that the restitution is not something new. It's something that I would call the truth of the winners that dominate the others. I'm not going to speak about colonization again, but I want to say we want artists to have an active role when it comes to finding solutions for everything that is wrong with our society. And that's why I created this lab and I opened it to politicians, to the last dinosaurs. 2 months before Muammar Gaddafi spoke about the United States of Africa. And the minister from Mali showed the utopia that I had created. And a curator that works with a lab like Marie-Helene had already created an exhibition in 2010 that was sponsored by Gaddafi. But before I could meet him, he was assassinated. I'm not afraid to call it that. So what's happening now? I would like to invite you all, because I closed the lab, and you are not going to find it anymore if you're looking for it on the web, because I totally gave up. And I closed everything. I gave up the fight because I was alone and nobody understood me, not even intellectuals, anthropologists, or African magicians. And everybody that I had called upon, except for 1 or 2 artists that still believe in my utopias. But Bénédicte is entirely right, and I can understand also why she says she wants to give up and not speak about it anymore. So that's where we are at today. I wanted to be brief, and I just wanted to remind you of those exhibitions and topics that are on the table today with the different panelists, Albert, Dan Hicks, and Hadji. And I wanted to invite them to create a new lab for de-Berlinizing, because everything had been prepared for those questions of restitution. What to do with the objects? Some were placed into Western museums 300 years ago or 200 years ago. Emmanuel Macron was the only one who had the courage to address the question, and it was for political reasons. Be it in Fumban, be it in Dakar, like you are saying that you have to deal with a very hot potato. So recreate a lab to find a solution.
Thank you. So, thank you. So we are in the time, but I will give you the time instead of summing up. I think it's clear we have been rethinking exhibitions confronting the colonial model. So for you to tell and share with us your last comment.
Oh, it's a question back to the panelists. Bénédicte said something about their experience at the Humboldts, to the extent of like, who wants to support a punitive museum? And I was thinking, if telling the truth has real material impact on the future of museums, can museums be trusted to lead their own destruction? And that's kind of back to the panelists there, if there's time for response.
Would you like to say very short, or we leave it as a conclusion? I think your question of if the museum is the right place also connect with the critique of the unicity of the museum as the only space for connecting with the spirituality, with other categories beyond art. So thank you, and it's a great summing up. Thank you, everybody.
Hello. Hello? Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Okay. Welcome back. Hello. Hello, hello. Mansour and everybody else. Thank you. Welcome back. We're gonna go into the second panel for today that will be hosted and moderated by Sophie Chassipin, that doesn't want me to introduce her, so she will introduce herself. Some part of the panel came into the previous conversation, and I think Dan Hicks spoke about it. Everything that comes to human remains when it comes to restitution. So for this panel, we will talk about the legacies of racial science, and we have the privilege to have with us Uta Kornmeier and Ciraj Rassool, but also Deneth, who couldn't join us because she just gave birth 2 days ago. So we are very happy about that. She gave birth to a baby girl. But she was so generous, she wanted to still send her contribution, so she recorded it, and we will play it at some point in the conversation. So welcome back. Thank you very much for staying, and I'll pass the mic to Sophie.
Thank you so much, Marie-Helene, for your introduction, and you've already taken the burden off me to introduce the structure of the panel. So let me just say the title of the panel again. We've entitled this session, More Than Remains, Addressing the Legacies of Racial Science. And despite this quite specific focus that we announce in the title, the panel was very much conceptualized as a discussion that takes the material presence of what is generally referred to as human remains in academic and museum collections as a starting point. And I think we might have the opportunity later during the conversation to explore some of the limitations that this kind of framework might put to the discussion of the repercussions of colonial and racist violence. And I think Kader Attia, in his comment to the last panel, already addressed some of these issues. So what I will do now is I will just give you a one-line introduction to the two panelists who we're lucky to have with us in presence today. And then we will watch the contribution by Deneth, Piumakshi, Veda, Arachchige, who's an interdisciplinary artist whose work you can also see here at the Biennale, as was mentioned before. And I will later ask our panelists to also introduce themselves again and to let the audience know a little bit of the work that they've been doing on the issues that we're discussing today. Also to give you all and us the opportunity to be introduced to the very different perspectives that we'll be encountering during the conversation today, I think. So Uta Kornmeier is an art historian and museum studies scholar who's currently working as curator for science and research at the Humboldt Forum. And it is very important to stress that she's participating in this conversation today as a scholar, not as a representative of the Humboldt Forum. So please take that into account. Ciraj Rassool is Senior Professor of History and Director of the African Program in Museum and Heritage Studies at the University of the Western Cape in Cape Town, South Africa. And this is why I'm going to do it myself, my name is Sophie Chassipin, and I'm actually a postdoctoral researcher at the University of the Western Cape, where I'm very lucky to work with and learn from Prof. Rassool. So before we start, I would like to also thank Lotte Arndt for extending the invitation to moderate this panel to me. And I would also like to express my deep thanks to June Drevitt for her very considerate and very thoughtful preparation of this conversation. Thank you. So we will now watch Deneth's contribution and then enter the discussion.
Mama Ketchan Kodamai, Vanakkam, Ayubowan. First of all, I like to thank you for Kader for inviting me to this very important conference, and also for Sophia talking with me in advance and preparing for this conference. Thank you. My name is Deneth Piumakshi Arachchige. I'm a multidisciplinary artist from Sri Lanka, based in France. I will explain you first how, as an artist, I got involved in working on the colonial history as well as the ancestral remains kept at the museums and institutions in Europe. In end of 2018, October, I was contacted by two artists and curators, Vera Reiser and Sally Sconfield from Switzerland, to work on a research-based art project called Voices from an Archive Silence. They initiated this project based on a book and a research done by a historian, Bernard Shaw, and his book is called Tropenleben. Vera and Sally decided to invite artists from country of origin to come and research the archives in Basel based on a scientific expedition done by Basel-based naturalist Paul and Fritz Saracen. Vera, Sally and Bernard, they were dealing about this forgotten colonial entanglement between Switzerland, Indonesia and Sri Lanka. When we speak about colonial past, as a Sri Lankan, we always looking into our former colonizers, which is Portugal, Netherlands and Great Britain. We never think of Switzerland, France or Germany. So when Vera and Sally invited me to study the archives in Basel, I was very curious and interested. So we were invited to study the anthropometric images, archives kept at the Museum of Culture in Basel and State Archive Basel, as well as human remains collection at the Natural History Museum. The artworks that I am exhibiting at the Berlin Biennale is a result of that research-based art project. As Vera and Sally and Bernard, I also begin to research the archives in Basel as well as in Sri Lanka, which also led me to Paris and Berlin. My interest was specially focused on the ancestral remains from Sri Lanka that is kept in Switzerland and France and Germany. I found out it's not only the indigenous people of Sri Lanka but also other ethnic groups, Sinhalese, Tamil and Rodia community ancestral remains has been collected during the 19th century, and today they are kept in Paris, Berlin and Basel. As an artist, my only interest is to map our ancestral remains among the European archives and get all this information and provide this information to the Adivasi or the indigenous community in Sri Lanka and help them in the process of restitution. When it comes to terminology, most curators of human remain collection or the academics, for them this kind of human remains are scientific materials or specimen or subject of study. But when we discuss back home with the Adivasi community or local community, and we use the word our ancestors or ancestral remains. In a conference organized by Bernard Shaw in Lausanne which was called Ready for the Past, dealing with the Swiss colonial history. Roberta Colombo from the Museum of Ethnology in Geneva, she mentioned this word ancestral remains that we should be using to address the human remains that is kept in institution and museum. I really agree with her. Ancestral remains, when you use this terminology, it's make you connected to these remains as your family, as your roots, or as your people. Through my research work in Europe, I aim to map our ancestral remains kept at different museums as well as institutions. So far I have collected a little database where about our ancestral remains are. Musée de la Homme in Paris, preserving about 4 ancestral remains. Museum for Pre and Early History in Berlin, preserving 2. Basel at the Natural History Museum, according to the Saracens publication, they are preserving about 121 ancestral remains. And the Berlin Anthropological Society is the collection of Rudolf Virchow. They are preserving about 6 ancestral remains. And at the Linden Museum in Stuttgart, they are preserving 1 Adivasi skull. Last, the Natural History Museum in Braunschweig probably owned about 30 ancestral remains. These ancestral remains removed during the 19th century by different naturalists, scientists, the subject of restitution in Sri Lanka. It isn't a new topic to Sri Lanka. During my research in Basel, I came across a few letters that has been exchanged between Basel and the British administrative from Ceylon, where they speak about a person called Dr. P.H.D.H. de Silva from Colombo National Museum in Sri Lanka making problems. So I was curious to find out who is this Dr. P.H.D.H. de Silva. In 2019, when I went back to Sri Lanka for further research, I found out he was the former Colombo National Museum director in 1965. And he was still living at the age of 98 years old. I met him in Colombo in his house, and I was able to interview him and exchange with him. And he is the first man in Sri Lanka who began the conversation of restitution. In 1970s, Dr. Silva received scholarship from UNESCO and Rockefeller Foundation to go in different museums in Europe and America to study the museum collection. He went all around the world and examined the collection of Sri Lankan cultural objects, religious objects and human remains that was removed during the colonial era and that has become the museum collection around the world. And he listed everything and he made this catalogue, which is called a Catalogue of Antiquities and Other Cultural Objects from Sri Lanka Abroad. This is the first time ever someone had made such a kind of a list. This is kind of a Bible for us to find Sri Lankan cultural objects and human remains and where they are kept today. When UNESCO made the announcement to send applications and requests to obtain countries' cultural objects back to all interested countries, Sri Lanka was the first country to submit their request in March 1981 by Dr. Silva along with this catalogue. This is the first time a country has requested to restitute their cultural objects. And during 1980 and 81, I also discovered in Sri Lanka there was already different panel discussion was happening through local radio and television about restitution and the cultural object has been removed during the colonial era that became properties of the Western museums. Restitution of cultural objects between Sri Lanka and Great Britain had already happened in the past, in 1929, in 1930, 1934 and 1936, by different individuals, dukes and kings and different local British museums. They have restituted different kind of objects. Last, in 2020, the Edinburgh University, they returned 9 ancestral skulls to the Adivasi community. I have some question on restitution, rules and regulation. Who create these rules and regulation on restitution? It's again the Western mind. When the indigenous communities request to return their ancestral remains, who make the decision on returning? It's again the Western mind. According to the German Museum recommendation for the care of human remains in museum and collection, the indigenous groups have to prove their close relationship to the human remains to be able to claim for return. How to prove one's relationship to 139 to 150-year-old ancestral remains? At least I know today in Sri Lanka, we are very well mixed ethnic groups. How one can prove their relationship to these ancestral remains? If asked from the indigenous communities to write rules and regulation on restitution ancestral remains, how differently would they write about it? I would like to speak about another artwork that I created for Berlin Biennale. Unfortunately, we could not exhibit it because I wanted the sculpture installation to be exhibited on soil, and we could not find the art space that will allow the organic material inside the space. This artwork had a very important question. I will read it to you. In a world in which we still are fighting for the human rights of the living, killed and disappeared, can we also consider the human rights of our ancestors whose bodies were discredited? This question I had for many years. What if the museums or institutions do not return the ancestral remains to their descendant or the country of origin? Can we say it's violence against human rights? I was worried to talk about this topic in public, therefore I searched for different experts for advice. And I came across Professor Claire Moon from Department of Sociology, London School of Economics and Political Science. She is working on a similar theme. Her project was called Human Rights, Human Remains. So I contacted to ask about my question. She answered no, at least within the current international human rights paradigm. But she is currently working with an UN partner to change this state of affairs, and she is also extremely interested of the human remains that is kept in museums and institutions. Therefore, she is also working together with the curators to change this status. I think it's a very delicate question, argument, as well as suggestion. As we all know, we don't have human rights in this world, at least in Sri Lanka. So how we can somehow request for the human right of these ancestral remains kept in museums and institutions? I would like to share a little bit about the indigenous community in Sri Lanka today. They are a very small group of people, and they are very neglected ethnic group today. They are not very strong to make decisions, especially when it comes to restitution. they have to always rely on experts or academics or politicians to get their confirmation or advice as well as funding. They have their own local museum that was built for them by the Ministry of Culture in Sri Lanka. And through these museums, they are exhibiting a little bit of their history, the way of living, the culture and language. And this became a very local as well as tourist attraction in Sri Lanka. In a way, I feel like they are struggling, but they are resisting as well as fighting to survive and save their culture and traditions. The young generation of the Adivasi community, most of them, they don't want to be recognized as the indigenous community. They want to be normal human beings. They want to integrate with the Sinhalese society, which is the majority of Sri Lanka. They want to marry a Sinhala person. They want to have a Sinhalese name. And they want to go abroad to study or work. So therefore, I would like to ask a question from the museums and institutions who are interested in returning ancestral remains to the country of origin. Do you think by returning this kind of valuable ancestral remains, it will have impact on this young generation of the indigenous community? If this can have impact on them and they can value more their identity, their roots and their value as an indigenous community, I think we have to consider it seriously. It will bring them some kind of a pride and value for who they are. Today, this dialogue of restitution of the ancestral remains to the country of origin is globally spoken about, and there are debates, there are conversations, there's conference, as well as restitution. The process is already happening. My question is it some kind of a trend? I notice through my experience in Europe, every time it's a trend comes, a dialogue comes for a little while and then it disappears again. So this dialogue, is it also going to be a trend that we will discuss and slowly it will disappear with the time and we forget about it? Or is it going to be a dialogue that will continue? We have to think how to continue this kind of dialogue and a process, because this is not a one-time subject. This is a subject that's going to go so far long. To end this presentation, I would like to ask a question from all of you, as well as museum experts, institutional personnel. This pressure of returning the ancestral remains to the country of origin and their descendants, is it a political pressure or is it a human need? Thank you for having me in this conference.
Yeah, thank you from afar to Deneth again, and I'm gonna ask my panelists here to please introduce themselves. I know we've already had a lot of food for thought now, and Deneth has touched upon many issues, but I think for us as a group here, it would be good to still start to lay some of the foundations for our conversation. So if you, Ciraj, could maybe go first to simply give the audience a very brief introduction into the work that you've done on the question of ancestral remains so far, and what kind of positioning that comes with. And possibly, because I have the feeling that the attention span is already shrinking, and it would probably be good if we can open the conversation quite soon. There was a second question that I wanted to introduce. Maybe we can even try to bring it together, which is a question that Deneth also addressed, the question of terminology. How do we actually talk about what we're trying to address, and what kind of different concepts come along with this different terminology? Thank you.
Hopefully this will come on. Ciraj Rassool, University of the Western Cape. I'm from Cape Town, and I've worked with one of the founding early trustees of the District 6 Museum in Cape Town, where I learnt about radical approaches to museums, and also as a historian and educator about the history of race. We spent a lot of time focusing on the South African Museum and its efforts to transform its legacies, and sent hundreds of students into that museum to interrogate them about their body casts and their dioramas and their ethnographic displays, and eventually wrote a book with my now late colleague Martin Legassic about the history of human remains collecting and how fundamental that was to the emergence of the modern museum in South Africa, but not just the remains of long dead people, the remains of recently deceased people at the turn of the 20th century, and even sometimes involving the purchase of the remains of people who had not yet died. So this, along the way, we just happened upon some information about the collecting efforts of an Austrian anthropologist by the name of Rudolf Perch. And that was just an en passant sort of side issue in the book, because our concern in that book was a conversation about the future of human remains in South African museums at a time of the democratization of these museums and their transformation. What is the place? And so, ironically, it is that Austrian element that developed some energy and led to a restitution. And Sophie Shahziepen has written her PhD about that history that led to that restitution. And since then, I've been involved in the politics of human remains restitution, assisting here in Berlin, assisting in Freiburg with shaping their approaches to restitution, connecting with colleagues who are in this room who are some of the foremost provenance researchers about the presence of human remains in German museums, such as Holger Stocker, and of learning about the presence of South African remains in German museums. And all of that then leads to restitution possibilities and plans for restitution. And just very briefly, I'm now also a member of the advisory committee on restitution and repatriation in South Africa. And so this research is directly tied to restitution work. Later on, I will talk about those challenges a little bit more.
Thank you. My name is Uta Kornmeier, and I came to this subject in a rather academic way. I had an interest in wax sculpture and came across anatomical models as one of the main applications of wax as a sculptural material. And thus I came to visit a lot of anatomical collections and came across specimens in there. So my first interest was in anatomical representation, the representation of anatomical pathological information, and I also visited lots of history of medicine museums, and there I came across, for example, here in Berlin, in the Medical History Museum at the Charité, I came across one specific object, which is the appendix of Friedrich Ebert, who was the first German chancellor who died in 1925, but was appointed chancellor in 1918. And I thought that was a very curious object, and it led me to reflect on the relationship between the person and their body parts, and what happens when the body parts live longer, so to speak, as the person themselves. And I also had a great interest in freak shows. The exhibition of spectacular bodies, not only bodies from out of Europe, but even within Europe, but of course there and when I learned about this and the history, I also came across this discipline of disability studies, which taught me to think in different ways about bodies that look different. And I also came across to me, then quite curious case of Sarah Bartmann, who was a South African woman who was brought to England and France to be exhibited as a sort of Black Venus in the very early 19th century, and she died in Europe, and I was quite shocked to learn that after her death, she was a very popular performer in the circus routes. But after her death, that didn't finish, but she was preserved and exhibited as a human specimen. And I think she was exhibited right until the 20th century, and that quite shocked me. So that was another incident where I thought about these issues. And it was Nelson Mandela who demanded the return of her body to South Africa, which was finally achieved in the early 2000s. So that was another case that made me think about these issues. And in 2011, I was involved in a research project on the cultural implications of skull surgery. And this was a collaborative project with a pediatric neurosurgeon who was operating on infant skulls when these infants suffered from a premature closure of the sutures. And we were having long discussions about the nature of this operation, because it didn't, the suture closing didn't impact on the development of the brain, and it seemed that it served mainly a cosmetic purpose. And so I was very interested in finding out what are the ideals for skulls, and what are the images that we have, and how do we read skulls. And while I thought this could be contained within a European framework and I wouldn't have to go into ethnological work, that was of course completely wrong, because the European framework was craniology at a certain time, and that means the study of skulls. And of course that comprised skulls from all over the world. And I contributed to these two books. In one we have this essays about what it means to correct or to operate on the seemingly natural body part of the skull. And the second book, I collected texts about the knowledge that people have and the ideas that people have about skulls. And there I came across this, or there I traced also the history of a scientific racism. And that brought me, obviously, to the point of what happens now that we kind of see how this science didn't really go anywhere and was a no-starter really from the beginning. What do we do now with these collections that have appeared? And so you can see my starting point wasn't really the post-colonial or the colonial context, but it was really the anatomical context. And so to me, the human remains is quite a good term to speak about these objects. But I also often think that it's useful to think of them as body parts. There is a second level of body parts that we also have in our collections, which is data derived from these body parts. And so I would think of those in terms of the phrase of sensitive collections. But I think still it is an unresolved issue how we call these things, objects, and also what is comprised in this. Do we speak? I mean, how do we deal with archaeological remains? And so I think maybe that is enough for now. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much to the two of you. I think that's a very great way to lead to the next question that I would like to address, connected to the question of how we talk about what we're trying to address, and the question that I think a key aspect in trying to distinguish the very different discussions that are actually going on when we come from the starting point of the human remains in collections, because I think it is actually quite, how can I say, a possibly confusing starting point. There's, on the one hand, I think there's generally this understanding, at least for people who haven't dealt with these histories before. I can just speak for myself. For me, in the beginning, it was a shock to even learn about the fact that there were human remains in any kind of storages, right? It seems simply wrong. But I think once you also address this question also of anatomical collections, or as you were saying, how is it that we so easily laugh at your example of Friedrich Ebert, and it makes us kind of, lighthearted, whereas other examples would come with a lot of burden and the memory of violence. So what I'm trying to get to is, I think violence is a key aspect to distinguish the different discussions that we're having, and maybe we can talk about what kind of violence it is that actually sets apart the specific discussion around the repercussions of racial science that I think is the main aspect that we are trying to address within the framework today.
We've come so far in the last 7 or 8 years into where we are now, and where we, the pressure from the activists and from the scholars has been so great in Germany that it's now accepted in Germany that human remains don't belong in museums. But when we started this work in South Africa, we were dealing with human biologists who were making all kinds of claims about what they called their archive and about their right to have access to skeletons for the purposes of researching diet and health. And they had free access under apartheid's educational system and system of research to human remains that were plundered. So the fact that we uncovered this sordid history of the removal of what we call freshly dead corpses, of the integration of these scientists with missionaries, with police stations, with the whole infrastructure of colonialism. And it all goes back to the original philologists and their family who were doing this preservationist research in the Northern Cape and in the Karoo that led to Ham-speaking people who had been arrested on charges of stock theft being researched in Cape Town. So you can trace this genealogy. And those of us, we came from a historically black university in Cape Town, with me being a black scholar, making these claims in South African public life. It really was not liked. And we were accused of all kinds of things. So those were extremely difficult times of making, of like it was like a granite wall that you were trying to break down. It just seemed impossible. But you had on your side a desire to build democratic institutions, a desire to transform colonial collections and reconfigure them in such a way that they were appropriate for a new post-apartheid democratic society. So you could make certain kinds of arguments about what was appropriate and what was not, what was ethical and what was not, and how, and this eventually led to, quite frankly, the first victory of the removal of the remains of ancestors which had been taken from their graves and by grave robbers and traded to museums, or we added another category, the remains of people which were assembled for the purposes of racial study. That those categories constituted a history of violence, of colonial violence, and that those must never again be available for research and must be returned. And that is when you reach your first challenge, is what does it mean to do a return? And at that stage, if I may, at that stage, we didn't have a language. We had a concept that really came to us from the pioneers of this work in North America through NAGPRA and in Australia and New Zealand. We had the term repatriation. Later on, we started working with our German-speaking colleagues, our German colleagues here in Germany, and we realized that German doesn't have a term for this. They've got a basic term, which they call a giving back, a Rückgabe. They don't have a word for it. There's no word for it. So so repatriation was the term that we used, and our quarrel with that concept was that it was statist, and it was perhaps also masculinist, and that if a return is framed as a repatriation, that is not something that you can just use as a technical term. You actually have to make an argument for it. But as you will know, our colleagues in North America have used that term in relation to the return of Native American remains and grave goods and a material culture because of the doubt over the sovereignty of the national government of the United States, and the doubt in Australia and New Zealand that Indigenous people have about the sovereignty of those national governments over Indigenous people. And so the use of repatriation in those situations has a certain currency, a certain political importance. In this current period, repatriation has a rather limited meaning. It actually means a Rückgabe. it means a giving back. It means that we only have to attend to the logistical, the transport, the legal, and the bureaucratic dimensions of doing a return, whether it goes on a train or a ship or a car, whether it goes in a box or a bag or whatever. So a repatriation is in fact something that is done by a European institution. It is a disempowering process, but it is a process of an assuaging of the historical guilt as expeditiously as possible. And if possible, we want to avoid the national government and we want to go straight to the local community because we are critical of national governments, and we want to do it within a framework of ethnology. It's not a critique of ethnology, it's the ethnological framework of the relationship between the museum and the supposedly still intact local community, and bypass the state-to-state relationship. So those were early debates that we had in Germany, and these are still ongoing issues. And so this addresses the question of violence. So the question of the term restitution is so important strategically, politically, for us to hold on to develop, and to actually build restitution movements, to build restitution politics, and to do so, to export the excellent work that was done by Bénédicte and Felwine into African colonial situations, such as in Southern Africa, of settler colonialism, of internal colonialism, of multiple colonialities, so that we are able to develop the appropriate models for a complex society such as South Africa, with multiple histories of colonial violence, where you're dealing with the simultaneous presence of these multiple colonial histories, so that you have a return of old 18th century Dutch colonialism right now on the banks of the Lisbech in Cape Town, where you have these colonialisms zusammen, together, all together, and where a society such as South Africa is marked by this violence in the opposite direction as well, into Namibia, into Botswana, into the region of Southern Africa, where South Africa's colonial domination over Namibia meant exactly the same as what that colonialism meant for African societies' relationships with Europe. So if you think about the history of these universities and museums, the Namibian collections have been central. The Afrikaans university systems were formed on the basis of the Northern Cape and of Southern Namibia being the field site for a range of disciplines. And what is interesting now is that the research of Holger Stocker and others are revealing to us, unbeknown to our political leaders who think that the Human Remains Museum question and violence question is purely a Khoisan matter. But we have already dealt with it because we have returned Sarah Baartman, which was quite frankly a problematic case, because the case of Sarah Baartman was a transitional case in different regimes of display, from a regime of freakery to a regime of early supposed science. And they will say, we have already returned the remains of Klaas and Troy Pienaar, and those remains cost the South African government hundreds of thousands, millions of rand. You would think that the Austrian government would have paid for the return of Klaas and Troy Pienaar. No, they did not. You would think that the French government paid for the return of Sarah Baartman. No, they did not. South African government paid for all of this work. So they do the counting. So that is the work that we are busy doing now. And strategically, what we have done is we have In fact, we've done something. I don't know yet whether it's advantageous or disadvantageous, because South African government has used the term repatriation because it is interested in the return of the remains of the fighters that lie in the Southern African region and in East Africa, that lie in Tanzania, that lie in Zambia, that lie in Angola and in Zimbabwe, and to bring them home, because the pressure has been so great to return the heroes. And we have added into that policy the remains from earlier conflicts, the remains that were collected for the purposes of racial science, and the objects, artworks, and documentation, put them in the same policy. And the jury's still out whether this is going to be an era of restitution in South Africa.
Well, and if I might add another point, especially about the data derived from the human remains that were collected in the 19th century and 20th century. I mean, first of all, you asked about the violence that sits within the human remains. Of course, one very obvious violence that's in there is the creation of these human remains, because quite often they are prepared in some way, and often bodies are dismembered for certain research interests, and so the violence is inscribed in these objects, in these subject objects, because the bones have been separated from the flesh, or the flesh has been separated from the bones, and that alone is such a violent act that is kind of belied by the pristine beauty of a skull or of a bone in a museum. So I think there is one way that we need to deal with this, which is one step in rehumanizing human remains to address these violences that are quite literally written in the corpses themselves. And the other thing is that we might, of course, repatriate or return objects such as anatomical specimen or specimen from collections, or from anthropological or ethnological collections, but the data remains alive, because now there are databases, and these computer databases, and you don't really think about them because it seems also clear, and the technology is kind of hiding behind a shiny surface. But the fact is that these databases that are used today are filled with data derived from specimens in the 19th and 20th century. So what can we do about this? How do we get the human bodies kind of out of the computers, out of the systems, out of the scientific apparatus, to go back with the material bodies? That is a very, very important but very difficult question to ask and to answer. Yeah, maybe so far. Thank you very much. I think I will already come to my last question and then open to further comments. And I think that last question maybe, or that it's also an invitation to you to also comment on that. And it comes back to something that you've already mentioned, the question of the current moment being a moment in which repatriation becomes something about logistics, or also the fact that we are seeing new guidelines for what's called the care of human remains, and there is an attempt to acknowledge colonial violence. There is a further step towards acknowledging colonialism as structural violence that requires return and requires a different treatment of those remains of the people who died under colonial conquest, who died because of their land dispossession, who were murdered in warfare, etc. So I think there is, so of course one can see that definitely as progress, and at the same time I think, and I'm returning to what I've mentioned frequently, I think there's a kind of taming of the negotiations that are actually at hand through this kind of governing via policies and guidelines, etc. And that I think, again, is connected to the fact that currently we are having these discussions as discussions starting from the storage. So, and I think we somehow have to come back to what I think was also the original intention of what was then sometimes called repatriation movement, what you've also mentioned, that let's say chronologically, publicly started in the US, in Australia, and then also New Zealand, where the demands for the return of ancestral remains was very tightly linked to broader demands for decolonization of society, the question of addressing ongoing political, economic, social, and to come back also to the theme of this conference, epistemological injustices and inequalities. So maybe to ask the question, how do you see the next step in the debate? How do you see possible moves that can be taken by people who participate in this discourse to maybe take it out of the museum discourse again, or to reconnect to other broader struggles around justice, probably. Yeah.
It's really a multi-sided problem, and there's obviously work that needs to happen in Europe, and there are our colleagues here who are active in shaping those policy environments, and sometimes we are limited, I would suggest here in Germany, because of the extent to which this is a highly federated society. So they come province by province and museum by museum. And our Namibian colleagues experienced that in quite an extreme way, that they would get 10 German museums in 1 week coming with the same problem separately to the same people. And instead of coming together and conjoining. But on the African side, we are still, although it's improving, we have much more discussion and communication than we've ever had before, although we do not yet have a continental museums association. Afrimuhere is still largely a small NGO. There are forces at work that are disempowering us. And we are tied to these structures of empire that live on in all kinds of ways. And we understand that Germany is going through quite a big soft power moment of wanting to position itself to look progressive on all fronts. But there are certain ways in which the restitution question comes to us that is problematic. And it's expressed even in the organization of our discussions today. You know that I am a critic of the way in which we have been led by the history of museum disciplines and of the history of classification in the museum to separate our discussion of human remains from our discussion of material culture and artwork. And that is a serious problem, because there's an acceptance of violence with human remains, but it's still a question mark whether you're dealing with the gift or the violence. And that is still, that needs the provenance research. And so you have that ongoing problem. But there is still the mythical, the desire for the mythical gift of this idea of the ethnologisch actually being about care, and that you are disturbing what is fundamentally a caring system. Even though the evidence and the arguments are now so strong. So, of course, you are dealing with an environment of law and policy, because it's about who is going to pay. In South Africa, you know, those returns of Sarah Bartman and Klaas and Troy Pienaar were done with funds from the presidency, but they were ad hoc projects. There was no policy that guided those. And so we were told very clearly, we can't do any more restitution. Develop a policy, and then we can do it. And so we need to broaden that into Southern Africa. We need to take that into East Africa, and I think the developments in ECOWAS, I think, is much stronger, at a much stronger level. We await the report for the African Union by Georgia Bungu and Felwin Sa. I'm told that they are very close. I'm told. So I'm told. And it's because we need the pressure to come from legitimate government structures. But in and amongst that, you cannot leave this at the level of government and rely on government. We need to build a restitution movement. So, you know, we've got a little bit of funds for this and that. You know, our approach at UWC has been to develop a young cadre of restitution researchers and to work with our colleagues in the National Museum and in the National Museums Association of Namibia to be, and it's a regional focus, and to deliberately have those students not only being South African, but also being from other countries in the region, to develop those capacities and to take the politics of restitution into the entire region. And there's no overnight process here. This is our time to be building restitution, to be making a case for restitution as being the basis of a museology, rather than of thinking it as events that are going to be successful returns. I'm afraid that is where we are.
I'd also be interested in seeing more restitutions to happen, because I think it's very difficult to see how it can be done best and in a caring way. And so I have a feeling at the moment we have to really go into the practice of returning objects and cultural treasures, to see what is a good way, and you know, to gather also experience in this way of healing, perhaps, or repairing the relationships.
Okay, well, thank you both so much, and I'm inviting comments, questions, thoughts by the audience, and I just want to mention, I think, you know, of course Deneth isn't here, but if there are comments or thoughts around her video, I think it would also be nice to just speak them out aloud, and we can take them to her. Yeah, I saw a first hand there, Lotte Arndt, and then Hicks and Kader, Attia. Okay.
Thank you so much for this panel, and so sorry that the fourth speaker is not with us. It was so important in the conversation. Sophie, I think the question that you asked last is super central, and maybe also a way to circle back to the title of the general conference where we're sitting right now, From Restitution to Repair. And in a certain manner, I try to remember the start of the current discussion in the German context about 25 years ago. And I wonder if this wouldn't lead us to reformulate this sentence into something that would rather say the movement in which we are going is maybe rather from a claim of repair towards restitution. So I'm thinking about the moment of the Herero claim in front of the US-American court in 2001, which in a way was the moment when in Germany started a discussion about the colonial history that back then was totally omitted, and that started as a claim for reparation, and which was not about restitution in the first time, and a claim for reparation that was speaking back to the Millennium Development Goals, that like there was a whole international agenda that was addressed in a way broader perspective. And so my question or comment would go in the sense to say what is actually happening in the moment of the institutionalization, so the moment where states take over these questions with their interest in it, in what is rendering a more technical problem or driving back something that was related to social movements, anti-racist movements, and a very fundamental construction of a contestation of global power relations.
Thank you so much, Lotte. Fantastic. I think we will do it the South African way and collect a few questions, and then I'll hand over to the panelists again. So Dan Hicks was next, sitting here in front.
Okay, thank you so much to all three of the speakers and also the chair who's already done an amazing job. So I wanted to ask about scale. I mean, how many human beings from the continent of Africa, from elsewhere in the world, are we talking about in the museums in this nation, in the UK, across Europe, in North America? Are we talking 1 million? Are we talking 5 million? Are we talking 500,000? I mean, in the UK in 2003, we had a very, actually unsatisfactory report into human remains in our museums. If you add it up, that was a government report. Add those up, you get to about 80,000 in the UK, and that's just a lot of the museums didn't reply. So what do we do? This work, a bit like restitution of cultural objects, and let's learn from this as well, because the risk is that we repeat for cultural objects the missed opportunity for 20 or 30 years we've seen for human remains, where this is object by object, and the provenance researchers come in, and we have high-profile examples, some of which have been mentioned. But these absolutely horrendous warehouses of human beings, many of which simply have a continent written on their forehead. I mean, there is the destruction of names, of identities, of knowledge, of course, was part of that violence, but that is not an excuse simply to hide them away and do nothing. In the UK, we had important legislation around the same time for human tissue, and now in the medical world, all of the debate over the retention of human tissue has undergone, because again, the scientists are open to this in a way the cultural sector seem not to be, in our hospitals and so on. there are very, very strict protocols for the retention of human tissue, and that has also been, retrospective. We haven't done the same for human remains in terms of bone, hair, and so on from the colonial context. So it's a question really, I mean, time's up for the object-by-object approach. I absolutely could not agree more about the importance of African nation states here, because the game of saying this, we have to foreground one community or another in its relation to the ethnological is so strong. It's very hard, I think, to communicate that to an audience who don't work in museums, quite how that is always used as an argument to basically keep the European governments in charge as the judge and jury. Actually allowing these conversations to happen on a in terms of a framing where the European institutions and governments remove themselves is central. And for these arguments about who is the right person to lead on this to be had, but without the Europeans dominating and framing. But how do we do this at scale? What does restitution look like if we lower our standards of evidence that we in the museums and in Europe and America say we are the judge and jury on? I mean, look at the disaster we just saw at Penn, where the unilateral decision to bury 6, I think it was, African American human remains without any consultation, I mean, shows how wrong you can get this. But yeah, I mean, we're talking about millions of human beings here. How do we deal with that?
Thank you, Dan. Kader, Attia will be next, and then we'll take it to the discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks to all of you. I was actually thinking about one of the questions that Deneth brought, which I think is very important, and as far as I'm concerned, I'm still working on it, because I don't have the impression that we really to care about the complexity of her question when she was saying at the end, I mean, there are two things. On the one hand, that she mentioned that in the end, there are Western institutions who are at the basic of the initiative of restitution, again. And on the other hand, whether we do this for politics or for human reason. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm going back to Ciraj at the moment where you actually mentioned that, giving just some example of why human remains have been collected. Sometimes for exhibiting them, some other for maybe, I don't know, feeding a market of collectors, provide them to studies, etc. But I mean, I'm sure you know this, but I think it's important for our audience to mention that. There are also a collect of human remains during colonial time as war trophy. In Algeria, there have been 536 skulls that are still right now in Paris. Those skulls have been skulls of fighters who were fighting against the colonial expansion. And the colonial expansion, another total blind spot of colonial studies, is that 1/3% of the Algerian population has disappeared in the 19th century because of this expansion. I'm not going into the crimes, but I think it's very important. It goes back also to the question I was mentioning before, referring to Karim Al-Azali, the psychoanalyst who wrote The Colonial Trauma. I think there's something interesting here, because, I mean, of course, and it's a question I asked also one day to Karima, comes the comparison between the object, the mask, the sculpture, the pottery, and the human remains in this conversation of restitution. I asked her, I mean, do you, as a psychoanalyst, consider that both things are the same? And she said, I mean, no, Kader. I mean, we are talking about an invisible third population graves. So we are back into the absence of graves of all these people who have died during defending their lands, and a few of them who have been collected to hand it up into the Musée de l'Homme in Paris. My question is that I think what Deneth brought in her question is one of the most complex and important aspects of the repair, because she brought actually the highest paradox of the repair, which is the injury. There's no way to understand and think about the repair without thinking about the injury at some point. They are linked forever. I always say that it's a kind of oxymoron. When we think repair, we think injury. And the fact that she's saying in her question that it's again a Western initiative, for me, it raised this impossibility of the repair. Basically, that the repair is the irreparable, particularly in that case, that however these 536 skulls, all the other remain, there's also the skull of the warrior attack from New Caledonia, who was also in Paris. However, this object will return. Also, the whole human remains she was mentioning in Berlin, in Stuttgart, in Braunschweig, everywhere, they will come back. But I don't think that then restitution means repair. I don't think so. I think we need, and this is the question, what kind of new vocabulary, conceptually I'm talking, not idiomatically, could we reinvent for the specificity and the so complex, painful question of human remains? Because I don't think that restitution is the correct term.
So we were coming from the question of linking back our discussion to the question of social movements also in our current context, Germany, and the claim by the Herero for reparations and how this actually kicked off the conversation around colonial responsibilities in Germany, to the question around the scale that we're dealing with of restitution, and then Kader's question.
No, these are very important, really amazing challenges and problems for us to take stock of. I mean, obviously, in South Africa, certain frameworks have been set for us, and they are inadequate frameworks. But you work with the critique of those frameworks. And I mean, one of those frameworks, obviously, has happened through the work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Really inadequate notions of what apartheid was. And the outcomes required such forgiveness on the part of black people. And you have such impunity continuing. I mean, just as I flew here, I saw Dr. Death in the fucking airport. You know, how am I supposed to feel to be in the same space with someone who is not rotting in jail for having murdered people? You know, but we've worked with the notions of symbolic reparations in the argument that it's very difficult. Okay, there was a payout. Certain people were identified as victims, very inadequate. And that doesn't address poverty at all. But the symbolic reparations system has given rise to a very expensively produced, highly centralized institution called Freedom Park that works with the idea that South African history is marked by, I think they counted, I can't remember whether it counted 6, 7, or 8 conflicts. And they deliberately decided that South Africa would go through this process of making a space where South African people can come and mourn and think about violence and to undergo and experience symbolic reparations at a site that would not be a cemetery. You don't have the return of remains. Instead, what you have is you have the creation of an Isivivani site, a garden of remembrance, made after healing and cleansing ceremonies wherever South Africans fell, in which they brought soil and rocks and trees and plants into that garden. And it was kind of guided by people who underwent a training as sangomas in order to drive, to find an African spiritual way of giving a character to the site. But of course, the pressure on the ANC has been so great that it has now got a policy with which it is going to pay for the return of the remains of cadres. How do you do that? Because the missing persons task team that does the most beautiful work of connecting the remains of people who were executed or the remains of people who were murdered by the machinery, by the murder machinery of the apartheid state, reconnecting the remains of those people with their families, you know, of doing a study of cemeteries. And we are very lucky that some of the people who do this work are our colleagues, our former colleagues, and our graduate students are able to work with them. And we have Brent Abrams at the back who does research on these killings, and you know we have, you know, we actually have some of our students here today through our partnership that we have with the University of Cologne and the University of Bremen. So and we have come up with approaching these matters in certain ways where we talk about reparatory work, the ongoing work of repair, rather than it being a once-off possibility that can draw a line. That repair is not something that, you know, repair doesn't necessarily happen. You know, like you don't overcome a death overnight through someone reading you a poem or someone giving you money or something. It's something you live with, and you learn to, your body bends itself into the feeling and into the task that is needed. In the same way as we don't talk about restitution as well. We talk about restitutionary work that has to happen. And that is also connected, of course, to all of the other grand processes that happen, some of which are politically quite suspect today. The youth do not think reconciliation is a thing that we really need to work with any longer. And in any event, these are accounting terms. These are terms of settlement. There is no settlement. You just have to work with the violences that you have, and you have to, and you have to hope that in the process people change, that you change who you are. You don't stay fixed in your positions for all time through all these conflicts. And so when the South African government realizes that the skulls that exist in some university collections in Germany actually come from the battlefields of colonial conquest in South Africa. Not the remains of Khoisan people, but the remains of Bantu-speaking people from KwaZulu, from Mpuma Koloni, from Eastern Cape, from, you know, on those battlefields, whether they were collected as trophy heads. It's very interesting, you know, and Holger has been researching this, but they've ended up in collections, in museums and universities as racialized objects. And that is what they do, and they're subject to all of this work. And you know the difficulties that unfolded in the returns to Namibia. Extremely painful histories of dislocated colonial histories that have resulted in claims being made and claims being denied in an internal Namibian politics of identification that is extremely tragic, and where even the Namibian state is unable to rise above this and do it in a certain way that does not reflect any kind of danger of a northern dominance of this situation. You know, the Berlin has remains in the same collection labeled Ovambo. but it was decided not to return those remains because allegedly they might be from Angola. They returned remains labeled Nama. They didn't say we can't because they might be from South Africa. You know, so you're dealing with politics there. And I mean, Dan, you absolutely correct. We need to be much more militant and purposeful about this. We do not have a continental-wide human remains restitution research group that is able to do this. You know, doing this work in, you know, nowadays I can travel freely, well, not as freely, but I can travel more in Germany and in Austria. I can't even enter Britain right now. I don't have a visa. And since they imposed the visa on us, I've lost touch. I know you, you know, so I will come to you, but you might be in Germany in any way, and I might be in Germany too. So, you know, repair is problematic. It's definitely problematic, but we must find ways of working with it. Just finally, and I follow that Algerian history and that case, and I follow the way in which these colonial histories continue to be separated from each other, but which we refuse. And it is very interesting that across southern and eastern Africa, in the history of conquest, and in the way in which the people of our societies have built their sense of resilience, we have a common trope of what happened with colonialism, of the story of the death of the resistance leader. We have that in Tanzania, we have it in Zimbabwe, we have it in Namibia. Namibia has got this powerful story of the death of Mandume Yandemu-Fayo, who allegedly, his dead body lay across the border of Namibia and Angola. And he was killed at the moment that the South African forces were taking over Namibia from the Germans, which also marked the first time that Ovambo and the northern part of Namibia was colonized. And it is just extraordinary how that story of the leader's head, of the separation of the head from the body, of the allegation of where the head is kept and where the body lies. And you know, we have in South Africa, we also have that history of severed heads and of colonization and of the desire for the return of the head to perform the restitution and the recovery and of making the people whole, of making the body politic whole, of making the society whole. So thank you for that.
We are coming to an end of the discussion, but I want to give you the opportunity to respond to some of the comments before we're going to wrap it up.
I think Ciraj has already responded beautifully to the questions, but I just wanted to say a thing to Dan and his very right question about the scale of what we are dealing with. I can probably speak more confidently about anatomical collections, and I think perhaps there is not very often that there are restitution demands made on anatomical specimens, although we know that they don't come from consenting individuals, obviously. and that they've been acquired also by institutional force or by physical force individually. But I think maybe there's one way we could rethink the dealing with this, because we could just bury the human remains we have in these collections and say we can't figure out every single individual's burial needs, but we can do it in a respectful way, the way we would deal with our own people, and this could be done. But then, on the other hand, that could speed up the process. But on the other hand, I think it is quite important that this process isn't sped up, isn't accelerated too quickly, because I think it needs time to deal with these issues, and it needs time to come up with the right solution or solutions that might be useful for all sorts of people. So I think it is actually useful to have this problem, this wound, be kind of open and bothering us for quite a time longer. So these two options are there, and I would now think perhaps it's best to let society kind of labor on this a lot more. Thanks.
Thank you so much again to you, Ciraj and Uta, and of course also to all of you for staying with us, although I can see a certain level of exhaustion after this quite long day. Thanks again for the invitation, and yes, I'm not sure if you still, yes, okay. Yes, sorry.
You want to say something? Thank you to you too, Sophie. Thank you for hosting this conversation and for this beautiful moderation. Thank you to everybody for coming. We invite you again tomorrow for the second day. We're going to start at the same time, 3 p.m. here, and we would love to have you all. Have a good evening. Bye.